spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The government has insisted that it did not ban Butere Girls' School from staging the play Echoes of War. Education CS Julius Ogamba, who spoke in Mombasa during the high school sports games, said the students themselves chose not to perform.
The government did not stop Butere girls from performing. You are very, very aware that the students were allowed to perform at 8 o'clock. When they came to the stage and after the national anthem, one of them stepped forward and said they are not willing to perform without their director, Mr. Malala. Mr. Malala is not a teacher in Butere, he's not a director in Butere, he's not a director of that play. So the students, of their own volition, decided not to participate.
The students said they were prevented from accessing an audience, costumes, soundtracks or a proper stage setup as anti-riot police armed with batons and tear gas canisters sealed off the venue, denying entry to both media and the public. The students who left the stage in protest maintained that they could not proceed without the necessary materials. President William Ruto's United Democratic Party is set to hold its grassroots elections in 22 counties across the country starting today. Some of the counties where elections will take place include Lamu, Taita Taveta, Isiolo, Marsabit, Bungoma, Busia, Kajiado, Kitui, Turkana and Machakos. UDA National Elections Board Chairperson Anthony Mwaura made the announcement at the party's warehouse in Nairobi, where he inspected their preparations on Thursday.
We are organizing and making sure that our elections are going to go on as schedule. Here we are ready to dispatch our materials to the polling stations. Already we have started dispatching materials for the counties of Isiolo and Marsabit all the way to Moyale. And I can confidently tell our party members that the elections will be held on Friday as scheduled, on 11th and 12th, and the elections will be free and fair and devoid of any violence.
Mwaura further assured party members that the elections, which will be conducted in 20 other counties in June, will be free and fair. The grassroots elections come after the indefinite postponement of the exercise following the nationwide Gen Z protests, a development that threw the members into a state of confusion and speculation. During the protests, the party suffered losses in some parts of the country as its offices were torched in several parts of the country, including Embu County. Civil society organizations tackling human trafficking in Kenya have warned that more Kenyans are being trafficked and enslaved in Myanmar. The Network Against Human Trafficking and Smuggling of Migrants, or Nahusom Kenya, said hundreds of Kenyans and other nationals may still be held in cyber scam camps operated by criminals. Addressing a press conference in Nairobi, Nahusom Kenya representatives called on the government to urgently establish a special inquiry commission to investigate trafficking related to false criminality, including the circumstances surrounding the trafficking of Kenyans to Myanmar and other destinations.
Traffickers are no longer just exploiting individuals for forced labor, sexual exploitation, or domestic servitude, but are now coercing victims into engaging in illegal activities under duress. In addition, we note the persistent exploitation and the deaths of Kenyan domestic workers in Gulf countries.
Last week, the government repatriated 153 citizens who'd been trafficked to scam compounds in Myanmar, where they were forced to engage in criminal activities. Diaspora PS Roslyn Jogu noted that the Kenyans were lured to Myanmar under false pretense of employment and lucrative job offers, only to find themselves subjected to forced labor and exploitation in scam operations. 6 people, including 3 children, were killed after a helicopter carrying a family of tourists crashed into the Hudson River in New York, authorities have said. New York City Mayor Eric Adams told reporters on Thursday that the family of 5 was from Spain and the 6th person was the pilot. All were on board the helicopter at the time of the crash. The cause of the crash is under investigation. Video footage of the incident shows the helicopter falling out of the sky upside down and then splashing into the river. Officials said the helicopter lost control soon after turning at the George Washington Bridge to move along the New Jersey shoreline. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamir.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
A very good morning to you. Taking a look at what's happening on the road today. A little bit of traffic starting to build up here and there. We won't see too much of it as it's coming off the thicker superhighway, at least not for now. We're seeing a little bit of a build up on Wairimu, interestingly enough, right about now, and Limuru Road. Always busy on a Friday. Let's see what happens as you come off of the Eastern Bypass, then getting towards North Airport Road. But again, not too crazy. So yay for that. And I think we're also doing all right as we come off of Jago Road getting towards Landis. We're going to keep an eye on things on this Friday. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, # the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome to the 11th of April. Yes, it is Friday, and here we are getting into April, now the mid of the month already proper, and it's a chilly Friday morning, but we're here for it all the same. CT Muga, good morning.
Good morning, Do.
You are how?
Well.
You're well?
I am.
I can see. How was your day yesterday?
Good.
We were there, and then you were not. See, you didn't have coffee with me this morning, and I'm just, I'm feeling kind of out of sorts. Yeah. There's a thing about rituals that, then you don't do them, and then, things just go upside down.
Things then go higgledy-piggledy.
Exactly. So what's your reasoning for not having coffee with me this morning?
It slipped my mind.
It slipped your mind. You mean me as I am like this, you can forget me?
Domestics
No, you are front and center of my mind.
I'm front and center of your mind. Please say it again.
Front and center is the coffee. Coffee is neither here nor there. Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
So, not personal.
Oh, bas, okay. Lakini uko salama?
Yes, nashukuru.
Where? I tried to speak Swahili in the morning. There are things I don't know. My goodness. But it was fun. Anyway, we'll see it later. Mr. Aseto.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Freshy?
Kabisa.
Nice. I'm also good.
Good. Did you have a good day yesterday?
I did.
Fantastic.
Yes, I did.
I'm happy to see you.
Happy to see you too.
Why in the olden days couldn't people just say that? They would say things like, my heart leaps for joy when I set my eyes on thee. Happy to see you, man.
Actually, it's more like when I behold your countenance.
I'm happy to see you, man.
I'm happy to see you. Simple, but nah.
Don't go too far. But all the same, times they are changing, and so is the day to the day. It was an interesting one yesterday, and we're getting into Kenya's biggest conversation for the last time this week. Good to have all of you already who are in the room with us, and we start to talk about some of the things which are of great importance. Let me tell you some of the conversations that we shall be having today, shall we? Shall I do like that? Excuse me. We will have a conversation with you at 7 o'clock. There are very many things that are happening in the country, and that's the conversation that we'll have here with you, and we'll tell you the details of that as we get through it, right? So at 7 o'clock, we will talk with you. We'll talk on matters unfurling and continuing to unfold around the country. And then at 8 o'clock, we'll talk with Edwin Nakitari. He's an international money transfer expert. Did you know that there are people who are experts in international money transfers?
Now I do.
Now you do. We'll be talking about how trade can make use of Pan-Africanism payment and settlement systems. That conversation we will have at 8 o'clock. And then at 9, we'll talk with Chris Remender, who is the head of commercial Watu Credit, and we'll be looking at building long-term business. So those are conversations that we will have today, and we're going to be getting into it real soon and real quick as we say a big hello to you for those who've already clicked into the room this morning. Always a pleasure to have you. I must say that even as we start the show in the morning and running around doing all the stuff in the back end, there are people who are getting into the show and getting into the room in the morning. So this is a great thing. So thank you always for doing that. And we start off by saying hello to you this morning. All right, so who's already clicked into the room? Eric Award, we see you if we're going to start in from the middle, but then go back to the top. Robert Muga is tuned in this morning from Ombaso, and we say good morning to you. Chris Moura, good morning. Cyprian Kambuni, good morning from Dayton, and a good morning Team Spice, says Namian. Michael Olande says, good morning, my people. Say Oyaore to Aseto and CT. Oyaore?
Oyaore.
Oh, so that's how you answer?
Yes.
Okay. Linus Gitonga says good morning. African Queen is tuned in this morning and says good morning, Spice family. Georgia Dimo says good morning, spicing in from Rongo. Jimmy Rekesa says good morning. R says nimefika umekaribishwa. Palm says good morning, and good morning Team Spice, tuning from Houston, and this is Margaret Wanjohi, now Apenda Nyote. Let's continue the great conversations. Thank you always for being here with us every morning. Benedito says good morning from Doha. Princess Ndu Dennis and CT. The play Echoes of War was actually performed by the government. This is it. Yeah. At the end of the day, the play that you were trying to subdue and the message that you were trying to stop from getting out is exactly what you did.
Yes.
So the play, it aired for an audience of 55 million.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened. Leo, we see you. Good morning. He says there's something the state can say that will be enough to explain what happened to the Butere girls, political scoring or not. Has Kewapa spoken? KK thrives on blame game. Yeah. Okay. Rose Grace, we see you. Good morning. Tune in from Tamu this morning. Ndu City and Aseto, blessed day. Kazi nzuri hapo mnafanya. Asante sana sana sana. Davis Sidinho says, good morning, my people. Greetings from Copenhagen. Cyprian says, hi. Tune in from Bonnie Lake. A full CS has the audacity to claim that no tear gas canisters were deployed against students.
Yeah.
Oh,
I swear we are operating in the theater of the absurd. The theater of the absurd. That is what we are doing.
Exactly.
Good Lord.
That is not the theater of the absurd. That's the theater of the bizarre.
Walala. Gee, man.
Right.
Somebody with their full chest opened their mouth in front of people in the daylight, not under the cover of darkness, and spoke those words. It's okay. We move. Margaret says they may try to silence the Gen Z and Gen Alpha now, but it usually doesn't work. Kisa Daniel says, good morning, tuned in from the Pearl of Africa. Good morning, Spice family. 10,000 lakes here. Good morning to you, Zach. Our thoughts, art is thought expressed. To silence art expression by students is to betray the future. That's actually true. Good morning, team leaders. Good morning to you. With you all through the morning till the end. Asante Sana. Good morning to you, Justina. Rahim Tula is tuning from Colchester. Desmond Otis. My name is not Aokoh. It is Ndu Okoh. Muga and Aseto. Good morning.
Morning.
Malala wants to be vocal like the students. Anybody can be vocal. You have a mouth, you can open it. Abarias Bui says John Mwangi. Jimmy Gakio says good morning, people. It's Friday. It is. Ann Gore says Kachamge, my beautiful people, tuned in this morning from Nairobi. Happy it's Friday. To Nawapenda Sana, thank you so much. And every day. Eric War, we see you. Good morning. And you say, yeah, the headline, echoes of oppression. Edda Tatsu says, good morning from Dr. Edda. The surest way to corrupt a youth is to teach him to hold in higher esteem those who think alike than those who think differently. That's what Nietzsche said. Yes. Christina says, good morning. Please bring Ian Bugwa to explain to these people that a drama coach doesn't need to be a teacher. He actually was here last year. Was it last year? Towards the end of the year, yeah.
He was.
And this is some of the things that he actually talked to us about in terms of the expression of art. You don't actually need to be a teacher to be able to pass on some of this knowledge and information.
But even big question would be, clear first, Malala has managed to tap into that talent. It is doing a good job while at it. So limiting it to perhaps a teacher who cannot bring out the very best from the kids is pretty much killing that dream.
No, you are saying that he must be a teacher in order to teach. No, so I'm asking. So I saw a comment yesterday when somebody said somebody's complaining that Cleophas Malala is not a teacher. Yeah. Is Aiden Dwale a doctor?
Where?
Anyway, my prince.
Do.
See me I read it.
Yes.
I read it somewhere. So I'm saying.
Someone also asked, is Nani an engineer? Aseto songe to city.
City is here for the tea, Nani.
To songe city.
Where? Good morning. Please bring in. Yes, we will do that. City and you make my mornings Asante Sana. Please make it a daily ritual. That coffee thing. City umesikia lazima tukunywe kahawa asubuhi. Si ndio? Hata Ednah alinitorokea leo. You see now, look at her. Can see you people. I don't know what you're trying to do to me. It's poetic to say my heart leaps for joy when I see you, Ndu. It gladdens the heart. Sour Margaret, I understand. We can be talking like that every now and then. We can just be doing those things. So no. Salams kutoka Roanoke in Virginia. So enthusiastic is this morning. Paul Dete says, good morning, tuned in to all. Good morning to all degree holders from Maimahiu. So does that mean that you are in Maimahiu, or you're greeting all the people in Maimahiu who have degrees?
What is this morning? How these Kenyans woken up?
Asking people questions. All of us are fools.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've told a story. A colleague of mine, who when I was posted to Ombaso, he was posted to Lamu. And Lamu, at the time he was posted, had a volunteer teacher, an American, who had Peace Corps. Okay?
Yes.
So now, one of the students was asked to explain the composition of the the teachers in the school and their background. And this is what was reported to me. He said that in this school, we have one European. He's an American called Andy. You haven't had the cliche. The rest are simple Africans.
We have one European from America.
Called Andy.
The rest simple Africans.
Not just Africans.
No. Simple Africans.
Oh my God. Paul J here says, good morning. Umenitupa siku hizi. How? Salimia CT na Dennis. Paul siwezi kutupa bwana. How will we live till tomorrow? Lame Okello says, good morning. They will not believe. My brother, they will not be what? They will not believe. Echoes of Spice is what Nahashon is saying this morning. Explain to them echoes has just become vocabulary in Kenya. This is true. Margaret, we see you. George Kamau says, good morning. He says, my lipstick is on point. Hey, Muskeyo on point.
Lippy.
Pan-African, not the first time that school children have been tear-gassed because of Ruto. In 2015, anti-riot policemen dispersed Langata primary children protesting grabbing of their playground by the Western Hotel. This actually did happen in Kenya.
And tear gas was lobbied on that particular occasion as well. It was the first time we actually witnessed the tear gassing of children.
I actually covered that story, and I remember that day close to 10 children actually collapsed because they were suffocating due to
Of course. I mean, you would imagine.
Yeah.
Such heinous things that we do. Nchuki Mungai says, good morning. Muriega.
Muriega
Muno. Timoru. Tuned in from my bed. Well, good for you, man. Today I'll be very busy doing nothing. It is very important to do things like that. When you need to just reboot the system, please take it. Do it. King Dave Lubali says, good morning. Today is the first time seeing CT so happy. CT, have you heard? Okay, this is him saying that it's the first time he has seen you so happy.
Yes.
It doesn't mean that you're not normally happy.
I greet him with happiness.
Bas, yes. Happiness to you, yes. King Dave. Yes. Mutufulani, we see you this morning and you're awake. Good morning, good morning, good morning. What? There's so many things to get through today. But let me tell you, it gladdens my heart that all of you have decided to join us on this platform this morning as we get into this show for today. Always lovely to have you and see you here. So let's continue into these conversations, shall we? And CT, it's the last day that we're in Zimbabwe for this week.
It is. It is indeed the last day that we're in Zimbabwe. There is honey, but no bees.
Malaysia.
That is the problem. There is
told you.
Yes, there is honey, but no bees. There was a song in the 60s and 70s. Was it 70s? Yes. I'm trying to remember who it is who sang it. It went, honey, oh, sugar, sugar. I'm not going to continue. Why would I want to continue? See, those are enough lyrics for you to...
City, you can continue. There'll be no police here to stop you from...
from expressing my artistic abilities.
Exactly.
Echoes of City.
This voice can get you into trouble. You're supposed to sing that song well. The way I'm singing is so bad. You can say, where?
I need to go look for the song.
Yes.
But
look for the song. Yes.
You are already on the national podium, so just continue.
There is honey, but there's no bees. Did somebody steal the bees? Somebody steal the honey?
As I've said, there is honey, but no bees. Now figure this one out. Today is Friday. Jog your mind.
Where?
Today's the day for songs.
Thinking about Winnie the Pooh.
Nani?
Huh? Winnie the Pooh and Haja.
Winnie the Pooh eats honey.
Yeah. But do you see bees?
Sometimes they buzz around him. There is honey, but there's no bees.
There is honey, But there is no bees.
You won't always see or hear from the person who has created a good thing. I don't know.
Good.
Yes.
In fact, very many things that are good, you very rarely know who has brought them about.
Yes.
Because
But
they
you
don't go
enjoy
around.
the
Because they will not blow the trumpet. They do it, and they are content that it has worked, and people are benefiting from it.
And they're happy
and
and
they
keep it
leave it
moving.
at that.
Yeah.
Yes. You have to really look for them to figure out who they are and what they did. Yes.
Well, it is true. Honey,
N'est-ce pas?
C'est ça. Oui, c'est ça. Let's look through the headlines, shall we? Because there are quite some this morning and they are reverberating through the nation. On the first page, rather on the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, echoes of oppression. Ruto, new low. Art in its boldest form holds a mirror to society, but sometimes the naked, raw reflection that jumps back terrifies those in power. Echoes of War by Butere Girls was not staged at the National Drama Festivals in Nakuru. It was muzzled and muted by government, and instead participants were tear-gassed in what brought back memories of assaulting children in apartheid South Africa in 1976. It begs the question, what is it that government is so afraid of that it has to fight harmless children? Isn't that the question? This story is carried on page 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. We're going to look into details of that and we'll continue with that conversation coming to 7 o'clock. Apex Court judges at first round win against the JSC. Apex Court being the Supreme Court, and we know that there's this current tussle in terms of who's going to be able to do what and if they're going to be able to bring this petition. Could essentially see Supreme Court judges asked to step down from the bench, but we'll see. Ruto lawyer bows out of IEBC interview. For goodness sake, first of all, the fellow was quite ambitious, wouldn't you say, to be able to do this, and it was just interesting that you could have one who represented the president, who then wants to run again towards 27, and then you have his longtime lawyer as sitting on the IEBC. I'm telling you, we are very interesting. Sudan accuses the UAE of driving genocide and says that when they would seem to step in as an arbiter, it looks like what they're actually doing is fueling a crisis to go further. It's interesting to note that TSC bosses deny Butere Girls' School principal transfer claims amid row over staging of play. It's just going to get worse. I mean, goodness gracious me. It happens and it continues to happen, does it not? Why controversial play was halted despite ruling, and it just continues like this. Graft censorship takes center stage at the drama festival, flexing of muscles as MPs react to the Butere Girls spectacle. Signs of cover-up as blame shifts over collapsed Mombasa building. So now it's more than a building that was unsafe. It now looks as though there was something else that was going on. Okay, there are very many headlines for us to get through. We'll look at as many of these stories as we can this morning. Headlines from you, Dennis.
Yeah, let's go to the Daily Nation. And smack in the middle of the paper, it's echoes of war that are play lampooning and imaginary rogue regime was bound to upset the government of the day. Came as no surprise, but a brazen state bid to muzzle the skit by Butere Girls. That's a story that we'll be looking into. And why police promotions, pay rise, housing are in limbo. The High Court has nullified President William Ruto's decision to establish a task force that recommended changes to improve the welfare of police and prison officers. This is the body that was set up and headed by former CJ David Maraga. And Kome top judges win first round against JSC, as well as murder tapes, 21 hours of carnage in row over water. That is investigative piece that has been done by the Nation. And scandal rocks state-run overseas job schemes. Tens of Kenyans who paid government-backed recruitment agencies thousands of shillings to secure jobs abroad feel cheated as they have not had anything months later. And finally, MP scrap policy barring teachers from homeschool. House team says the policy implemented by TSC since 2018 is skewed and has led to disparities in the employment of teachers from different regions.
I don't understand what you've just read.
We will go deep into that.
Teachers,
perhaps.
regions, many inequality.
Yes.
Okay. The headline in the Business Daily, there's a quotation on the top right-hand corner by Jaindi Kisero. Power No, this is me reading my own thing. Poverty of ambition and limited aspiration for economic growth are the two main maladies we are suffering from. Saudi Aramco's subsidiary eyes Mombasa for fuel hub. The subsidiary of global oil giant Saudi Aramco, plans to inject cash to upgrade the petroleum storage facility at the port of Mombasa as it sets eyes on the larger East African petroleum market. Reprieve for tea grower Camellia in Permit Row with Nandi County. There was a problem, okay? A tea estate associated with British multinational Camellia PLC has obtained temporary orders blocking the Nandi County government from raising invoices for business permits from the company's administrative units, okay? Kenya trails South Africa, Mauritius in adoption of cryptocurrency. I'm not sure whether this is a good or bad thing, but that is what it says. Bang in the middle of the paper is a picture of riot police outside the gate of Melvin Jones Academy, where Butere Girls High School students were yesterday expected to perform their play. Bang in the middle of the paper, that particular story has unfolded and continues to unfold. And boy, is it unfolding. Right. NAC shilling rebound on Trump's tariff pause. Nairobi Browse clawed back nearly a third of the 124 billion losses in the past 3 days. Blue chips lead share price gains with heavy losses from Monday to Wednesday. That is the Business Daily. In the Star News, alarming shortage of teachers cripples education in counties. Story on page 6. In the Siasa edition, ex-DP Rigathi shadow looms large after Ruto's Mount Kenya visit. Then, Oduor was family, Raila and Winnie mourn deceased trustworthy guard. Now this is the story of the gentleman, George Oduor, and the loyalty over decades to the former Prime Minister, Raila Odinga. And then there's a picture, again, we are full of pictures today. We have a picture of, and it's entitled, Play Smashing Success Until Clampdown. This one I'll read again. Play Smashing Success Until Clampdown brought down the curtain. Okay, these are just pictures of what happened in Nakuru yesterday. Bang in the middle of this paper, extension of SGR to Malaba on President's agenda. Ruto's 8-day China tour as ties with US crumble. That's a story on page 4 and 5.
Well, okay. We're going to come and look at details of these stories, shall we? Did you say bang in the middle of the paper of the Star? You have to say it right, CT. Otherwise, you did.
I did.
For my pleasure.
Till green.
No,
there is no till
green on Friday. Sawa basi. Okay, so let's take a break and look at weather, traffic, and then we'll come back and start to look at some of these stories in details, because there's a lot of that going on. And I'm going to tell you an interesting story about a picture, and I'll show you what that is in just a little bit. It's 28 minutes to 7 o'clock. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. It's Friday, and we're looking at stories making headlines in the nation and across the world. We'll come back shortly after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. It's 16 degrees. 16 and cloudy looking into Nakuru, while at 15 it is mostly sunny in Nyeri. Cloudy at 15 into Eldoret, while it's partly sunny already in Mombasa at 27. We're looking at what will be sunny conditions through Friday at 27 currently in Malindi. It is mostly clear at 20 in Kisumu and cloudy conditions at 18 into Kakamega. Clear at 20 in Kampala, while Dar es Salaam is sunny at 25. We're looking into a mostly clear Johannesburg at 12. Mogadishu at 28 is sunny with 14 and sunny conditions into Addis Ababa. Partly cloudy at 25 in Lagos, and it's mostly cloudy at 25 in Kinshasa. It's sunny at 21 Friday afternoon in Beijing and 5 degrees and cloudy in Paris, while it's mostly cloudy at 18 in London. Thursday night is reading 6 degrees in New York. Coming into Friday, we'll see highs of 10 and lows of 6.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, so seeing some movement on Outer Ring. There is outbound traffic and also some inbound traffic, so that's starting to build up. On the Thika Superhighway doesn't look too bad. Right there at the Pangani Underpass is where it's going to slow down just a little bit. It's looking everywhere. It's looking okay everywhere else. Ngong Road looking good. Coming off of Wayaki Way, you're fine. The Southern Bypass gives you that scenic route into the city and out of the city as well. Magadi Road has not started to build up, but we will see some movement here later. And we're going to keep an eye on all of it. Try to keep things moving this morning. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 25 minutes to 7 o'clock, taking a look into the stories that are making the headlines today. Of course, echoes of oppression is a big one, and we're looking at that. It's interesting because somebody actually said yesterday that no tear gas was lobbied at children, but there is a picture on the front page of the Standard of a gentleman in fatigues with a tear gas canister rifle, and he has just engaged it, and there is smoke everywhere in front of a bus that was carrying children and their teachers and their handlers. So does the picture lie? I wonder.
It's even in footage.
It's in footage. Their children cleaning, trying to wipe their eyes. I don't know. Even if you want to defend something to the hilt, sometimes it's just good to do what?
You know, there are those who have said that essentially that play was weaponizing children with radical views. Essentially, there are those who said it was radicalizing children.
Really?
There are those
who said it, yeah.
There are those who said, but you see, what I find strange is, don't people realize that the same content that adults consume is the same content children consume?
True.
You may think they don't, they do.
They know.
They do.
The very discussions adults have about the country, children also have about the country.
Yes, they do.
This is the information age.
Yes.
It may not be in the manner in which you discuss it.
No.
They probably wouldn't even use the same words that you do to discuss it. But if you listen to them, they are actually saying the same thing that you are. They're mirrors.
The things that affect the adults who are their parents affect them also.
Directly, yes.
So they will talk among themselves. They will compare notes. And remember, the information age means that information is available to anyone who can access it. And so long as you have what we refer to as a smartphone, you can access the information.
And every child in high school pretty much has a mobile phone. They only leave it at home.
They may leave it at home, but they have...
yes.
Gone are the days when a phone was something that was assumed was for entertainment.
Yes.
It's an educational tool.
Yes.
Yes.
These stories play that ruffled government a sneak peek into the current realities, whether or not this trend of silencing dissent and censorship, denying that Butere Girls' School principal transfer claims amid row. The CS has come out to deny that. But the thing is that we are still not hearing the answer to this question. What was the problem and who has given this order?
Yes.
We're 24 hours later and we don't know who gave the order. We don't know what the problem is. If we talk about that this play is said to have been radicalizing children, who said it?
Yeah.
Which office did it come from?
Yes.
Who said it? Who came out and said we don't want this play to be performed? Who is this person?
Yeah.
Who is this entity who continues to speak while actually not speaking?
You know, the discussion that I've been looking for and I have not seen, apart from just anecdotal conversations that people have, is the process by which plays are entered into the competition at the very, very grassroots level.
Basic level, yes.
How it comes up. What is the procedure? And what does one do before one presents a play? I'm sure the script is viewed. Who views it? Who is it who determines that this script is useful? You know, when it comes to poetry recital, you're normally given the poems.
Yes.
So you know. Songs, you decide what you're going to sing.
Yes.
So apart from the recitals, whether it is now the songs or whether it is a play, what do you do when you want to enter a song? Do you send the lyrics in advance or do you send a brief recording? What do you do?
you see, when we talk about the drama competition, I think what we need to find out is what was the theme for the festival this year. Because then again, every play, every dance, anything that is within that is usually geared towards...
It's thematic.
It's thematic.
Yes.
So perhaps that's what we need to look at. But even as... Yes, indeed, we need to look at the process, how it entered there. But then again, they have performed from the basic level to the national level. This is something that would have been raised long time before it was even entered into the process.
That is exactly why I'm going into this, because if it passed the master in all those stages, we do know at regional level, somebody says, no, remove this thing.
Yes.
We know that. The matter went to court, the court said, forget about it.
They must perform.
National, yes.
Proceed. So all I'm saying is the details of what it is. Now this is the burden falls on the Ministry of Education.
It does.
It does.
They need to explain to... We enjoy... This stuff began in 1959.
Yes.
Okay? Up until now, it's ongoing. Tell us, what do people need to do?
But I hear what you're saying, CT, by asking this question, that this play did not come as a performance by these girls at the national level.
Yes.
No.
Neither can you bring in a different entry at the national level from what you did at the very community level, because you start with the community, then you go to, as you go towards your divisions, it's the same entry that you use all along.
Yes, and it's the same play.
It's the same play. And then if you win the festival, essentially, if you win the competition, it's the same thing that you go perform at State House.
Yes.
That's what happens. So why is it, and I think we're still asking the same question, if there is a problem with it at the national level, there should have been a problem with it at the divisional level.
Yes.
And we didn't hear this.
Even if there was no problem at the divisional level, because they've probably seen it before, that at the next level, it should have been flagged.
It should have been flagged, but it wasn't. It wasn't. So all this time, for you to go from one level to the next, there is a panel of judges who is sitting and is giving the tick and saying go. If there was a problem, why were these submissions accepted?
There are actually even education directorates who sit there to ensure that everything goes to plan, because this, remember, is an educational calendar activity that is there. And then again, we talk about the police being there to ensure security is from the very basic level all the way to the national level.
They're always there.
They're always there. They're always there to protect the students.
Yes.
So if it's a matter that you're talking about radicalizing, weaponizing, or even claiming that Malala is not a teacher, this is something that would have been raised then.
There are guidelines as to what it is that is allowable in terms of participation of people who are not teachers.
Yes.
There are such guidelines. And there also are guidelines when it comes to how it is that people who are not teachers of that school can participate. There are such guidelines. Yes. But again, remember, drama is part of our curriculum.
It is. It is.
Yes. So the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development perhaps should wade in and tell us, so that we understand these things. So moving forward,
we will not come and do another play that they say we cannot do.
Yes. Just make it clear. This is what is required. This is how we go about this matter, and this is what. Make it clear. So it is known. Yes.
Well, okay. We'll be coming back to this and these details later.
So there's this story, it's on page 8 on matters to do with policy on tutors from homeschools. Now, members of parliament are now calling for the scrapping of the teacher redeployment policy, saying it has caused massive imbalances in the employment and deployment of teachers in schools across the country. The Constitutional Implementation and Oversight Committee of the National Assembly says the policy, which has been implemented by the Teacher Service Commission since 2018, is skewed and has led to disparities in the employment of teachers from different regions. The delocalization policy requires the TSC to transfer teachers to areas outside their place of origin, ostensibly to prevent conflicts of interest in the management of public schools. However, the committee chaired by Runyenja's MP Eric Mushangi observed during a meeting with the TAC that the policy lacks a legal foundation. Mushangi argued that a resolution has no force of law and cannot be used by the TAC as a legal basis for recruiting teachers. So pretty much it is the delocalization what do you call it? It was an agreement in Parliament that then TSC would transfer teachers from one area where there are many to other parts of the country. And now the members of Parliament are saying there's a problem with that because it is not anchored in law. It was just...
what is anchored in law? They told us what is anchored in law.
They say, now, the Constitution Oversight Committee of Parliament, which... asked which law are you using to implement this policy. Mr. Mushangi asked TSC, we need to find a place in the law for this policy. The motion passed was merely a resolution of the House and not the law.
You know, TSC has been managing and handling teachers' affairs for the longest time, long before this particular parliament was constituted. Okay? The only complaints that we've had over the years is there aren't adequate teachers in a certain part of the country.
Yes, they are not being made permanent and pensionable.
People have refused to take up posts because they feel that their lives may be in danger in these areas, and so forth. Then there's always been the issue of salaries of teachers.
Yes.
Okay? Now the problem we have now relates directly to JSS. Now, when it comes to the deployment of teachers, there is no other organ in this country that understands the mechanics more than the TSC.
TSC, yes.
Yes.
Yes. So according to this policy, because I remember I covered this story at some point, and the thing is, the delocalization policy came in place to, let's paint a picture. If you go to a place like Wajir, perhaps they don't have a TSC in the area that teaches locals from that area. But if you go to some other areas that have TSC institutions, that teach teachers, that train teachers pretty much, you find there are, in that locale there are many. So through this
TSC
policy,
doesn't train
not
teachers.
TSC, I mean training institutions.
Yes.
Yeah, so you find in a certain locale we have many teachers as compared to a place like Wajir. So the delocalization policy came into force to ensure that many teachers are not found in one region while the other is struggling.
You know, that remains, that particular subject remains theory. Why it remains theory is you will find that schools in the urban areas, especially the large urban areas, still have a monopoly on the teachers. And places which are remote, by and large, still suffer from inadequate teaching staff. Why do you think the employment of teachers by the board of management has always been there? Because such a problem exists. And teachers know where they want to go and where they don't want to go. Okay?
They do. They know.
Part of this problem, of course, is that there's always a problem of just generally a shortage of teachers. If you look at teacher to student ratio, there's always a problem. And that is where now the ministry needs to come up. The current CS is called who?
The current?
CS for Education.
Ogamba Julius.
Yeah, now he needs to look into this because it is, for the longest time, there were periods when it wasn't as bad as it is now. We know the increase in the population of this country. We know the needs that we have in terms of the teacher-student ratios. Now, this ought to be the focus.
And you see, we also know the population of teachers who graduated and have not been posted anywhere.
And we also know the number of teachers who have retired.
Yes.
So, all these are things that the ministry needs to focus their attention on.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because here Peter is saying this is just but a policy not anchored in any law. Perhaps the ministry needs to come up now with the law and ensure that it's passed in Parliament.
But the ministry doesn't come up with a law. They can come up with what would make up a bill, and that's taken Parliament. What I'm not understanding, though, is that how then Parliament doesn't make and implement policy. They don't.
Yes.
So how is it that they came up with this policy and then it was just transferred to the ministry and people just decided to go and run with it?
Thank you very much for raising it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. How?
So Macharia says they got a letter from Parliament with regard to that policy, and that's what they implemented.
How? How? This is what I don't understand. How?
Look, the Ministry of Education is not an arm of Parliament. Okay? There's a committee in Parliament that deals with educational matters.
Exactly. Yes.
And that is where you take matters that have to do with policy, which then eventually becomes a bit, that whole process until it becomes law.
Yes.
A policy is a suggestion.
So they made a suggestion, sent a letter to TSC and said, why don't you guys do this? It's not within their purview.
Defended the commission, saying it had received correspondence from Parliament referring a resolution passed on the delocalization policy. The resolution was passed by this House, and you are the lawmakers. If you want to change it. We stand guided and will implement what you direct.
So it hasn't been implemented.
It hasn't been implemented yet. That's where we are with that story. All right. I want to look at a very disturbing story. Okay? And this, for me, forms the bedrock of a lot of things that we actually are not paying attention to. We are ripping away the soul of nations just because of this kind of behavior, but furthermore, because very little is done to ensure that it doesn't happen. Shock as a 14-year-old girl is raped by 6 men. A 14-year-old was allegedly defiled twice in separate incidents within Bomet County. Police are looking for the 6 suspected culprits in the first incident. The Form 2 student was defiled in Longisa town after initially being lured by 2 men on a motorcycle who picked her from Kyongong shopping center. The girl had on Wednesday been sent to a nearby shop by her mother but failed to return home. The following day, the teenager called the mother informing her that she was in Liten town. According to police, it later emerged that 2 men who picked the girl rode with her to Longisa, where they were joined by 3 other men. The 5 men allegedly defiled her in turns and took her to Kyongong at 8 p.m. She feared going home and walked towards Bomet town, where upon reaching Kipchimat supermarket, she met another man who lured her to his home, where he also defiled her.
Is this matter in court?
It's with the police. And we have to ask ourselves the question, what on earth is going on here? Sets the scene for also last year where we saw a story coming out of the same county where something like this happened as well. A 14-year-old girl, I mean, you can... I don't know, but it's the same kind of story. That was 2024 in August when 7 suspects had been arrested in Bomet during this gang rape incident, and Bomet County has been trying to step up efforts to counter or to deal and combat the rising sexual assault cases that are taking place. You guys, the very soul of our communities is being raided every day. And we keep asking ourselves the question, why do we see so many terrible things happening? Why do we see such anger? Why do we see such resentment? Why do we see, I mean, if you can rip away the innocence of a child, if you can rip away the innocence of a child, whether it's through sexual assault, whether it's through throwing tear gas at them, we have a deeper problem than we are actually coming to terms with. And we need to be very careful, because once you become valueless, once you're not able to regard human life with the value that it deserves, we are hurtling very fast towards an abyss. I'm not being sensationalist. I'm not being melodramatic. I am saying it as it is. These are the stories that make it to the headlines. How many more don't?
Yes.
How many more don't? How many? We have young men who, and this is the truth, we have young men who are walking around society today who have been stripped of their dignity because the cases of sodomy are rising. There are 25-year-old young men, 30-year-old young men who were sodomized when they were young. And we have people who are bereft of emotions and sensitivity, and then we wonder why we see the ills that we see in society. We wonder why. I'm not happy.
You know, this follows closely with regards to young men and their deeds. A story in the Nairobian, when machete strikes a coastline held hostage by its own sons. The story talks about a group of marauding young men who from the 2016, you're talking about over 9 years, upanga wielding, machete wielding youth who go on a rampage attacking people, and many of them begin as boys, scrummaging for food, looking for food in dustbins and so forth, and they grow up. And this is how. Remember I told the story of how in a place called Kisauni there were even gangs. You know, there are these coat hangers that are metallic. They would straighten out those coat hangers and sharpen them.
Oh God, please.
Yes, so if you come around the corner, the first thing they do is they stab you around the ribs. That disables you completely. Then they rob you. There were reports of them walking in town and stabbing people. Remember the incident where some tourists off a cruise ship were attacked? Yes. The question that has always puzzled me, Mombasa is not a big place. And if you're talking about areas where these young people come from, you cannot tell me people don't know who they are or who their parents are. It is reminiscent of the 70s when we had gangs in major cities and major towns in this particular country. In Kisumu, you had the Baghdad boys.
On Telgon, there was SLDF.
Yes, in the Kakamega regions and the areas around Vihiga, I'm trying to remember what the name of that gang was. In Mombasa, you had Congo by force. In Nairobi, there were many gangs. Almost every estate had a gang. But these gangs fought among themselves. Every once in a while, you heard of an abduction. Every once in a long while. But they fought turf wars. I don't know what they were mimicking, but that's what it was.
Territory.
This is different. This is completely different. Because remember, we've had a drug problem at the coast.
Yes.
Most of Mombasa.
Yes. Yeah.
And many people associate this rampage and these youth and their actions to drug use. There are very many valiant efforts that have been made to stem this. But you'll find that there's an entire lost generation who, because of the drugs, because of what we call marginalization, that particular generation is gone. Okay? Now, when you talk about young men raping girls, they may or they may not be drug-induced activities, but surely this is a problem.
It is a big problem.
It is a big problem.
Yes. We are sitting as though we are watching a movie. It's not a movie.
It's real life, boss. It's not a movie. And that's what I was saying. Reading this story, you would imagine that it was a movie. That this is something that maybe was a script, a bizarre, grotesque script from somebody. But this is real life. These are things that are happening to people who are in Kenya today. The people who perform this terrible act on this girl, do you for a minute believe that they are normal? Do you? Do you think that everything is okay with them?
You know what makes it worse when it comes to gangs is that these are the same people who refer to as goons.
Yes.
And the people who perpetrate goonery are politicians.
They're paying these folks to do whatever it is that they want to do.
Yes.
Are you surprised then that you see the perpetuity of violence? Are you surprised that you see the perpetuity
Many of them do what they do because they know they have cover.
They have protection.
Pretty much they know that they can get away with it.
They know.
They have
because I
protection.
remember when I was covering this, the signing of that agreement by those two leaders, I remember we were there and people who were offering security are civilians. And I asked myself in a presidential function, how?
You know, many of these children are under the age of 18.
Yes, now.
The ones who commit these crimes.
This is the sad thing. Look,
and these are children who should be in school.
Let me tell you something, because we don't realize how bad this thing. I walked through the streets of Sierra Leone after the conflict, and this was probably a decade after the conflict came to an end, and there was no soul in the eyes of people.
You could see it.
You could see that there's something that is gone here, and it's been
that spark had gone completely.
But what did we see that happened just 20 years ago? That there were boys 7, 8, 9 years old who were the child soldiers. They were given drugs. They were beaten to within an inch of their lives in order to form part of the rebel gangs. So what am I saying when I tell you that you're stripping away the soul of communities? When we perpetuate such acts, this is a 14-year-old girl. By the way, I don't care what you say. Her life has been altered permanently. It doesn't matter how you thin you slice
That
it.
isn't altered. It's been destroyed.
Completely.
It's been destroyed.
Yes.
She will never be able to come back. So you tell me, that is somebody who's going to grow up in society and form part of community, and you expect that person to function normally. Look at this and look at an adult, for example, the heinous thing that we saw when a man was sodomized in broad daylight by gangs in Mombasa. This is a grown man whose life also has been altered. These are the people that we are putting into society, and they're walking around, and we expect that everything is going to be normal. May God help us.
I have a friend when we were young who was sodomized and spoke up. But that man later in life could not live because it was a common knowledge out there. You know what he did?
He was stigmatized.
He died by suicide.
Of course. So we ask ourselves questions and we say, why don't we see crime rates going down? Why do we see such a high mental health issue? Why do we see that there's so much violence? Why do we see that we have a sick society? We're stripping away the soul. That's what we're doing. Look at what's happening. And we're asking ourselves the questions. And the thing is, where are the answers? The time to take control of some of these things, whether it is on a personal level or it's at a policy level, was yesterday. It was yesterday. It's sad that we have to bring up these stories, but it's important that we have to talk about them when they're highlighted. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Butere Girls High School students who were subjected to a special prayer session last evening upon their return to the school following a dramatic walkout from the Kenya National Drama and Film Festival. The girls who travelled to Nakuru to present their controversial play Echoes of War were escorted to the school by police, visibly shaken and emotionally drained after being barred from performing it. Speaking to reporters after the prayer session, their spiritual mother and Butere Diocese Bishop Rose Okello questioned why the government would Speaking to reporters after the prayer session, their spiritual mother and Butere Diocese Bishop Rose Okello questioned why the government would subject innocent girls who to showcase their talent through the play to emotional turmoil. She said they organized a prayer session to provide emotional support to the girls, many of whom broke down during their prayers, overwhelmed by the events of the past few days.
We appreciate how much trauma they have undergone, with all the experience they have had in Nakuru, and even before then, all that experience is quite traumatizing. And as a church, we prepared to take them through guiding and counseling, just to, process this whole, healing process with them.
Okello further called on everyone making statements over the matter to be mindful of the repercussions it might cause.
I think in this whole matter, as a church, I will be reluctant to make any comments now because I am yet to gather the facts. But what I will pray is that we will be able to cause calmness. Everybody who is involved in this, whoever speaks about this, should be mindful to cause calmness because we have observed tension across the country. We have observed tension amongst the parents, the guardians. Many people have called me since morning. I have never worked. The things I had planned to do, I have not done them because everybody is calling and they are worried.
Meanwhile, Education CS Julius Ogamba has insisted that the government did not ban Butere Girls School from staging the play Echoes of War.
The government did not stop Butere girls from performing. You are very, very aware that the students were allowed to perform at 8 o'clock. When they came to the stage and after the national anthem, one of them stepped forward and said they are not willing to perform without their director, Mr. Malala. And Mr. Malala is not a teacher in Butere, not a director in Butere, he's not a director of that play. So the students, of their own volition, decided not to participate.
The girls who stormed out of the stage in protest said they were prevented from accessing an audience, costumes, soundtracks or a proper stage setup as anti-riot police armed with batons and tear gas canisters sealed off the venue, denying entry to both media and the public. A section of MPs has criticized the government over its handling of the Butere girls' play Echoes of War, that the girls said they were stopped from performing at the National Drama Festivals in Nakuru. The legislators have insisted that former UDA Secretary General Cleophas Malala, who scripted this play, is being targeted given that he is considered former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagwa's ally. Led by Kitui Senator Enoch Wambua, they've asked President William Ruto to be open to criticism and stop any attempts aimed at silencing critics.
When a government goes down to this level, the Speaker, that government should resign. It has no business being in office, Mr. Speaker. We can't let our children be harassed the way they are being harassed today, Mr. Speaker.
I have been in that space where if we actually were intentional in understanding that creative space, we would not be running up and down throwing tear gas. I was in high school in charge of drama, Mr. Speaker. By the way, those in St. George's can attest and tell you, I used to do solo verses.
Michelle Obama has spoken out against rumors that a marriage to Barack Obama might be in trouble. The former First Lady has not accompanied her husband to several high-profile events, including Donald Trump's inauguration and the funeral of former President Jimmy Carter, fueling speculation that they might be separating. Without explicitly mentioning these occasions, Ms. Obama told the Work in Progress podcast hosted by actress Sophia Bush that she was now in a position to control her own calendar as a grown woman. She said that people were not able to believe that she was making a decision for herself and instead had to assume that she and Obama were divorcing. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nakuru. Traffic.
All right, let's take a look at what's going on the streets this morning. At around this time, nothing yet popping off of Magadi Road, so this is good. Langata Road, not a problem. Also seeing that on Jogo Road is starting to build, and there's also some traffic coming off of Thika Superhighway as you're coming through Survey and then through into the city. Kiambu Road is busy in both directions, and we do have some traffic that's also starting to build on James Gishoro. Interestingly, it's been a while, not happening there too crazily, but let's see what happens as you come off of Wayaki Way and then through to the city into Westlands and then around the University Way. Not much happening here either. We're getting into traffic hour shortly. We'll talk and keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
7 after 7, and it is Friday, getting into the first half conversation for this morning. We are here with you on Kenya's biggest conversation, and our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. Good morning, our audience on KTN. Always good to have you as we continue with some of these conversations. Still a cloud of cover over the country, questions in terms of what is actually going to happen, and we can't step away from that story. But even as we do, CT, will you remind us about today's proverb?
Yes, I will actually. There is honey, but no bees.
There is?
Honey, but no bees.
There is honey, but no bees. There can be a good thing left behind, even if the creator of the thing is quiet or has left the stage.
You know, the fact that you don't see bees doesn't mean that some other creature produces the honey. And the bee doesn't even announce it. You don't see bees buzzing around in supermarkets or in places where honey is sold. But you still see the honey.
I think I would relate that to our situation in the country. I mean, if you're put in a position of authority to deliver to the people, just deliver. You don't need to shout. Your work will speak for itself.
It will, won't it?
Yeah, for a very long time, Kibaki didn't say much, but today, you speak of what he did.
You know, the other day I was surprised when someone was talking about gabions. Momonyoko Udongo.
Momonyoko Udongo.
That was the late President Moi led a charge on building gabions to reduce soil erosion right across all over the country.
Yeah.
And those who were children in that particular era remember it because they also participated.
Just gabions and what? Just gabions, there are two.
Yes. It is a long time ago, so I am allowed to forget.
You're allowed to forget?
Yes, I'm allowed to forget.
All right. Okay. JSS teachers have been at the front of what we want to look at in terms of a conflict when it comes to education in the country. Whether they were going to be high school teachers or whether they were going to remain primary school teachers has always just been the back and forth that has been the case, right? The employment process involves verifying documents and posting teachers, particularly those from primary schools to JSS. Now, remember, junior secondary school then takes care of grades 7, 8, and 9, and then you go into senior secondary school, which is 10, 11, and 12. Now, in terms of the hiring of those teachers, it was required because remember, what we're saying is that essentially primary school stops at grade 6, and then you get into secondary school, grade 7, 8, and 9. Now, in that transition, primary schools then took over junior secondary school. In other words, junior secondary school was going to be domiciled in primary schools. So then the whole hullabaloo came in. So what does that mean? Who's going to teach them? Because remember, primary school teachers who even have their own union don't teach secondary school.
Yes.
Okay? And if you're going to domicile a junior secondary school, whether it's junior or senior, it's still what? It's still secondary school. So if you have primary school teachers in a primary school and you're going to domicile high school in a primary school, the question becomes, who is going to teach them? Will you then bring JSS teachers into primary school? And how are we going to cut through that divide? So there's been a lot of hullabaloo around the whole, question and who's going to hire them and what then will they be entitled to? Will you make them permanent and pensionable along those lines? They're pushing for their own union now because it's clear that where they sit is very different from where everybody else sits. Primary school teachers, good. Post-primary school teachers, that's very clear. And now we're saying that JSS, we're straddling between primary and secondary. Where exactly do we lie? So they're saying, you know what? First of all, give us our own union because all these things you people are doing, it doesn't help us in any way. And they're also saying that, we're trying to delink from primary school heads because they're essentially telling us what to do. Senior school heads are just not even regarding us because where exactly are we? There are many issues that are surrounding this whole JSS debacle, and we want to look into some of those issues this morning. And just as we get into that, we're going to talk with Edwin Osoro. He is the interim chair of the JSS National Forum, and he joins us on phone this morning. Good morning, Bwana Osoro.
Yes, thank you, madam.
How are you doing?
I'm great. What about you?
We're doing all right, and thank you very much for asking. We wanted to just get into this with you this morning. There seem to be so many issues that we have been going over and over again. We want to get from you to help us understand, beyond what I've been able to say this morning, what the issues are and what we're looking for towards being able to resolve them.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to share with you on what is happening in our education sector at the moment. As we are aware that we are in a paradigm shift and we have a lot of changes that are being seen today under the CBC dispensation. First of all, as well, we are aware that JSS has been domiciled in the primary section where we have graduates who are domiciled in the primary to teach or to educate learners on those sections of junior school. And what we are experiencing at the moment, we have several challenges. For instance, for the teachers of who are handling JSS, as a leadership, we have been in conversation with CUPET so that we can also have our teachers in the same union, because JSS teachers are post-primary teachers, and to that extent, we need to have a voice of representation based on the fact that we have already made an attempt to form our own union, but it was responded negatively by the soft trade unions, which made an order to reject the union that was supposed to be articulating the voice of the JSS teachers. But as we speak, we have several challenges, starting from what we normally call the CBG, or the career progression of the JSS teachers. As we all remember, we are in the primary setup, and there is no clear career progression guidelines of these teachers. But we are focusing much on that. We also have challenges of sports. These activities, you find that JSS teachers prepare learners, but eventually you find that our primary counterparts in the JSS, whom we share the environment, they have already occupied all the slots of representation of the co-curricular activities. So we have many challenges, but we are speculating that in the coming days we are going to meet with the Cabinet Secretary for Education to share a table and, of course, enlist some of the challenges that we wish that the government might have to intervene before the situation gets out of hand.
Bonosoro, so JSS teachers have been teachers before. JSS teachers, then we started to see with the progression of the CBC curriculum that then it was clear that JSS teachers were needed. Where were they before?
That's a challenge from the government. You know, when there was the Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms, there are professors who gave out some input towards the implementation of JSS and the entire CBC curriculum. Remember, in the last administration, they had an intention to have JSS domiciled in senior school, but that did not materialize. That remembering that we also had the issues of politics, and now the coming up of the new administration and the Kenya Kwanza leadership under President William Ruto. He appointed the Presidential Working Party that gave these measures that JSS will be domiciled in primary section. And I think the Working Party did not consider the views of the teachers and the views of the educationists who were to give the substantive information, and they didn't have that in mind when they were considering that. But that is said and done. What we are supposed to do, there is nothing cannot be able to be adjusted because it has already happened, but there is a lot which is yet to be done by the government, more specifically the Teacher Service Commission, and of course the Minister of Education, which is in charge of making policies so that we can have maybe at the moment where we are, what we can maybe request is that we need to have a divergent opinion on so that we can also see our autonomy of JSS administration. We want to see maybe substantive deputies appointed from the senior school who have competence to be able to lead those schools that we are currently headed by head teachers, of course.
Mr. Soro, there's something I'd like to understand. Are you saying that the Working Party did not consult with the teachers?
Yes, they didn't consult with the teachers substantively, because if there is no career, even the CPG, what we normally call the career progression of JSS teachers. Remember the first cohort, which was taken in the year 2023 as permanent and pensionable. There were 9,000 teachers who were taken as permanent and pensionable. And up to date, next year, as we are aware that next year, 3 years, they are going to C3. You know, you normally start as at the level of C2 when you are appointed substantively as a permanent and pensionable secondary school teacher. And that is where JSS teachers belong. And now next year, they are going to C3. And there is no clear career progression guidelines on that matter. So that is also a gap which was not addressed by the Presidential Working Party, not even the Ministry and the Teacher Service Commission respectively.
What I'm asking is this, as teachers, from where you sit, who then did they consult? Because I would have assumed that if you are seeking opinions that relate to students and the process of teaching them with the new system, then the teachers are the ones who have been consulted. Who did they consult?
You know, this presidential working party, majority of them, what we saw they were doing, it is actually a group of professors seated in Nairobi in halls, and they were not really engaging the right personnel who have the experience and who have that guidance. I think even the unions have voiced this before, but it has not yet materialized because they have not yet been able to capture what are serious gaps that we are addressing.
So, Osoro, you've mentioned the fact that you tried to register your own union, but the registrar responded not in a good way. What were some of the reasons that the registrar gave you as to why the union would not be formed, as well as we talk about the JSS teachers and where they would be domiciled? What is the feeling the teachers have with regard to where they should be, whether it's primary or high school?
At the moment, our teachers, what we have already experienced, the union we have tried to register, and the registrar responded, of course, negatively by saying that we have already existing unions which can be able to address the GSS challenges. But notwithstanding and not putting into consideration that these are secondary school teachers who have been domiciled in the primary section, we are in a paradigm shift. We understand that. But that group is not substantively represented. But that said and done, and we have consulted and we have agreed, of course, Kupet has already done some amendment to have JSS teachers represented in the the Kupet union, which is in charge of taking care of post-primary school teachers. And of course, they have allowed us, of course, we did a renegotiation with them some couple of weeks ago, and they have agreed that any JSS teacher is free to, of course, fight for any position, irrespective of the fact that he has 13 weeks of membership in the union. That is a translation of 3 months, and we feel that it is a relief, yes, but we are still consulting, and members are now coming on board, and already Kupet has started deducting the union dues of our members. And we are going forward. We are already started engaging them so that we can have all teachers in the union.
Okay, so Bonosoro, something that we just need to also clarify. From what you're saying, it would appear as though there's this gap that had been created. It's been filled with now JSS teachers, but we also have heard reports, and I'd like you to confirm or deny the same, whereby so a JSS teacher comes to a school and maybe they're, where they teach is history, for example, but then they're given other subjects or teach whatever it is that you can essentially fill the gaps. Has there been that kind of practice whereby JSS teachers are basically thrown into the deep and then you find your way? If you're a teacher of mathematics, find yourself teaching history, science, other things. Do those things actually happen?
Yes, I can confirm those things happen. But what I can say, this is our country, of course. We are educationists. We are trying to figure it out, but the best option that it was supposed to be, the CBC curriculum was supposed to be implemented in the senior school, where we have a lot of teachers. For example, mathematics, we have departments, as opposed to junior schools where you find that the workforce still, we need more teachers. Of course, the government has done a good deal. Of course, they employed it at 5,000 plus 9,000. So that is a good number, but there is much to be done from the government. We need more teachers. At least at this level, we have at least a fairly representation of the teaching personnel, but the government has a lot to do because we need more teachers so that we can now be able to address the subject or the learning areas which normally require the expertise. For example, when you find a teacher who is, of course, maybe teaching history and government, now that you want to give him to teach mathematics, I think that is an exercise in futility, and based on the fact that we are supposed to nurture every learner's potential, I think that is going to be catastrophic, and it will not be augur well with those teachers who may be infusing knowledge and skills and attitudes to those learners in that perspective.
Paint a picture for us, Bonosoro. The current situation that we have, what does it mean there for students who are going to be going on to the next level? What does it mean?
So for the learners who are, for example, in grade, in junior school, we have the learners are supposed to be taught for 3 years. That is grade 7, grade 8, then grade 9, after which these learners are going to proceed to senior school for grade 10, 11, and 12 for also another 3 years. So we are expecting, we are waiting for more guidance on how we are going to do it about we have 3 pathways: social sciences, we have the sports, and the STEM, of course, what we normally call the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So those are the 3 pathways that we have, and we have not yet received the guidance on how we are going. Remember, we have national schools, we have extra county schools, and national schools, of course, and sub-county schools. We are waiting to see more changes or guidance from the government on how we are going to be able to, of course, transit these learners from junior school to senior school, of course, going to 2026.
It's important. These are grade 9ers that we're talking about now, and they essentially have to make that decision. And we're getting into term 2 in the next 2 weeks or so. And during term 2, in addition to the coursework that they have to do, they then have to make a selection into the pathways that you speak of that they will go into when they go into grade 10 in January next year. Now, what kind of support is being offered to these students from this? Because we still remember that the JSS teachers are the ones who've handled them from grade 7. This particular class has had some bumps, haven't they? They have dealt with going into grade 7 where it was really not sure what was going on. Teachers themselves, just as you've admitted, were, up and down. There was a bit of confusion. They didn't have books until maybe the 3rd term of that year. We get into grade 8 when, we're still starting to settle down. And then we get into grade 9, which is another transition year in the curriculum. And now they have to select pathways. What kind of support is being offered to these students, even with the issues that you speak about, where teachers are having to suffer from Bonosoro? It just seems that there's a lot to have to handle. How is this actually working out?
Maybe what I can say, the government, basically the Ministry of Education, assisted by the Teacher Service Commission, they have a lot to do in guiding the entire process because they are policy makers and implementers, of course. We are yet to get the further instructions from the government as a whole, the Ministry of Education, the Teacher Service Commission. We are yet to find more progressive guidance on how we are going to execute this entire new curriculum. Of course, we understand there are challenges. Yes, we are human beings, we are teachers, we understand that, but we need to do these things in advance so that we can be able to see the grade 9, because these are trains that have left the station and there is no turning backwards. So it is all about that the government needs to do this in advance, because we are only left. Remember, we are going to, the learners are going to sit for KGCEA, that is the Kenya Junior School Education Assessment, which is going to allow them to transit to senior school come next year. So the government itself, it needs also to guide these learners, because this is a new curriculum which has the 3 pathways, and we have said the STEM, the social sciences, the sports, and of course there was also another challenge that I was almost forgetting, that find that some of the learners were blocked from participating in co-curricular activities in junior school across the country, based on the fact that they were saying that they are of age that they cannot participate. And we ask ourselves as leaders that what is the essence of now inculcating these skills? CPC is anchored on a competence-based curricula. That is how we should be able to infuse the core competencies. And I believe that if someone is not good in class and is good in maybe in sports, that is the area that they need to be nurtured, of course. But you find the government giving confusing policies when they block those GSS learners, it is something which is disheartening. We felt that our learners must always be given a chance and an opportunity, of course, to showcase their talents and skills in the sports without blocking them. So that is another challenge that we are experiencing, that we feel that the ministry and the Teacher Service Commission should address, so that to give these learners also a platform to showcase what they are able to do.
So let me just ask in terms of, we will talk about in terms of having enough teachers, we talk about the facilities, but let's talk about the infrastructure around in terms of making sure that these students are able to get the very best out of these new curricula, because we talk about the presence of laboratories. Are there, you as teachers, are you able to give these children the very best that they need for them to get a maximum reward from this CBC system?
Oh, right. What I can say on the issues of infrastructure, the primary institutions where GSS has been domiciled, we want to applaud the government that indeed they have constructed almost 14,000 classrooms across the country. And the classrooms, majority of them have been completed, and some of them are yet to be completed. Of course, maybe the opening of second term, they will be complete and they'll be ready for usage. And the CBC grade 9 class that we are currently handling. But on the issue of laboratories, we are sorry to say, remember we have the same pathway, which is supposed to be doing practicals in laboratories, and our primary schools, they don't have. If some have, there are those schools maybe which are close to town, but majority of our schools, they don't have labs, and I think it is a wake-up call to the government. If they have decided to make it to domicile, yes, the primary institutions, it is now their mandate to facilitate funding so that we can see, of course, building of laboratories to support the science and related courses in junior school.
Absolutely. And I mean, these are some of the issues that we continue to need to shed light on and to continue to highlight, hoping that, they will get to a point where they will be sorted out. We don't have time. The clock is ticking. But we want to thank you for sharing these insights with us this morning. Edwin Osoro, Interim Chair of the JSS, which is Junior Secondary School National Forum. Thank you for sharing those insights with us this morning.
Thank you, SpiceFM.
And even as we continue with conversations, we're going to take a break at this point. It is 29 minutes to 8 o'clock. Just looking at some of those challenges that we do face. Time is going by, even as we deal with issues on a daily basis. There are fundamentals which need to be handled. We're going to come back and continue with this conversation on Kenya's biggest conversation at 29 to 8.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTime Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTime Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTime Solar. Power your life.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, 16 degrees. It's 16 and cloudy into Nakuru and 15 and sunny in Nyeri. It's 15 and cloudy into Eldoret, while at 27 sunny conditions in Mombasa, with sunny conditions at 27 into Malindi. 20 and clear in Kisumu, with partly cloudy conditions at 18 in Kakamega. It's clear in Kampala this morning at 20, and we're looking at sunny conditions at 25 in Dar es Salaam. Mostly clear in Johannesburg at 12 degrees, while Mogadishu at 28 is sunny. Addis Ababa is sunny at 14. Partly cloudy at 25 into Lagos, with mostly cloudy conditions at 25 in Kinshasa.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. Traffic.
It is busy coming in from survey on the Thika Superhighway, bumper to bumper through towards the Pangani underpass. There is traffic on Kiambu Road as well, but we usually, as we do see on Friday, traffic is kept to a dull roar. There is traffic on Jago Road as it gets towards Landis and then touching on Kamkunji. But as you look at Ngong Road, you're looking fine from here. Waiaki Way is also moving along quite swiftly. A little bit of traffic starting to build on Magadi Road, as does around this time on Friday. Well, let's see what happens as it goes through towards Langata Road. The southern bypass is looking pretty good. There's an option for you to use. So the eastern bypass has decided that yes, it is Friday and we are going to deliver traffic today proper. It's going through towards North Airport Road and through towards the Cabanas interchange and some of that touching on Outer Ring. Let's try to keep things moving through traffic hour, shall we? We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 26 minutes to 8 o'clock, and Kenya's biggest conversation has gone through towards the issue of JSS teachers and what they are having to deal with in a curriculum essentially that is changing the way students will learn. It is changing the way they will learn in the next 3 years, and they are in a transition spot whereby they're essentially delivering to the senior secondary school, which now for the first time in Kenya's history goes into pathways. So we cannot overlook the importance that these teachers and the role that they play in this particular section. And it's important that they have everything that they need, but we're in a spot where they don't have everything that they need by their own admission. We don't have enough labs. We don't have any labs in some schools. And we've said that these students need to be prepared for a pathway into a specific course. We don't have what they need at the fundamental level. Yes. We don't have teachers who are trained, number one, to be able to take them through those courses. These teachers are in limbo. They don't know where they are. Are we secondary school teachers? Are we primary school teachers? What are we? Where do we go? Can we form our own union? And the call seems to be the same thing. That can we get to the place where the policy formers and the leaders will actually give us direction. We were told that 10,000 classrooms would be completed by December, and then we ask ourselves the question, okay, well, what about the ones that were left? We got some insights into that, well, you know what, fine, they're classrooms, but do you know that people still continue to admit students in Form 2, 3 and 4 in the middle of the year? So you think there's space, there's really no space. December was 4 months ago. And that was when these 10,000 classes were supposed to be completed. Term 2 of this year, 2025, is coming to us very quickly. And in 6 short months, these grade 9ers, about 800,000 of them, will go to grade 10. Are we ready? And why do we always have to ask ourselves the question, are we ready? Getting to this point, and what are we going to do? Remember, first time in Kenya's history that we're going towards pathways, and the students who essentially are getting into these pathways seem to be getting in unprepared. Why do we continue to find ourselves in a situation where we are unprepared?
You know, if one focuses on the things that are not working right in the country, one will get depressed, because there are many. But the abiding question is, could these situations have been avoided? Because if they were avoided, then the discussion would be completely different. We have students who are graduating after high school.
Yes.
Some graduated last year. With this new system, they'll be graduating as well. And the numbers of students who graduate in our schools, those who leave primary school or junior school, and those who will now leave senior school, they are in the regions of 1 million. Now, what I'm interested in looking into the future is when we think of these numbers, and every year the number isn't constant, it actually increases.
Yes, it does.
We look at the spaces that we have in our institutions of higher learning, and at best, 1/5 of these students, at best, will be accommodated. At best. What then do we do with the others? What happens to them? Are we currently experiencing the ripple effect of a large population of very young people who have left some form of education, and I haven't spoken of those who've graduated from some of these tertiary institutions where they've gone for some training or the other, or the university. What do we do with all these young people? What plans do we have? Because each and every of these students, and remember, with every year, the number is compounded.
Yes.
If these students, if these citizens are idle and they have no hope, what do we think we will see?
It's a when you talk about JSS, if you look at the goal for it is to nurture holistic development, critical thinking, and talent-based learning under the FCBC framework. Now, when you just look at holistic development, let's look at what the curriculum offers them. You know, we talk about JSS being domiciled in primary school, but part of the holistic development is making sure that we have the labs so that those who are deep in STEM get in there. But as we've been told by Edwin, these labs do not exist. That means from the very foundational process, we are interfering with that holistic development and giving them a curriculum that will give them the aspirations that they want. Now, we also have a history of the transition. Someone always drops at some point. What are some of the safety nets, and how is the government trying to bridge these gaps, you know? Because if we don't get it from the foundational point where someone is getting into, say, I want to be a plumber, that has been made very well in my foundational basics. If I drop out, I can go to a TVET and do that. But if the foundation is destroyed, how do you move forward? You know, City.
This is the thing, and I think sometimes we try to couch it and make it sound pretty, but the truth of the matter is that there are no safety nets. That we are, you know what it is that we're in a plane and the thing is crashing, and we're just telling people, you know what, jump out before the thing crashes. You're safer jumping out, and maybe you have a few injuries than you are if you stayed in the plane and the thing crashed and you all died. And that's what we're doing. We are playing Russian roulette with our children and their education. That we say, okay, well, you know what? This is where we want to go. And it's clear that this is the road to get there. But for some really weird reason, we decide to go left and then find our way through the jungle and then maybe come out on the other end. And then we say, well, at least we made it. Well, I'm saying we can't do that.
You know
why? Education of a child. You know that you want somebody to select pathways.
Yeah.
You know that you want to have somebody in STEM, which is science, technology, mathematics. You want that. But then you don't have the ingredients for them to do that. In my opinion, my father always used to say, if you're going to start something, you might as well start it right. If you're not going to do it right from the very beginning, don't touch it.
Yeah.
Stay with what you have and then just move on with that. Do the best that you can. You know that you want people to go into the humanities and you want them to go into the arts. Do we have enough in terms of facilities to make sure? We don't even have enough science teachers, for crying out loud. We have a 67 to 33% ratio, 33% being the number of science teachers that we have in the country. But we want that out of the 1 million students who will go into grade 10. And if you want to say, even if you say a quarter of them, 250,000 students will go into STEM, and you don't have enough teachers. I don't even think we need to romanticize it or make it sound sexy. We just don't have the fundamentals that we need. So the work that should be happening right now, the business of the Ministry of Education today, the business of teachers, the business of policymakers, the business of curriculum designers and implementers should be, what can we do today to ensure that this thing which we have prescribed can actually work? If you're not doing that, you might as well be sitting on the side of the beach sipping a pina colada, because what are we doing? What are we doing? Because we are saying that we want to go in this direction, but you don't have the tools that you need to do that. You're going to come out at the end of it, you would have lost your shirt and a shoe, but then we'll say, well, at least we've done it. And some of the things that CT say, what safety, and even what safety nets. People tell us today that for those students who cannot make it to university, let's put them in TVETs. And I'm saying no. TVETs actually on their own are a qualifying kind of institution for a lot of people. We have people who have specialized in certain things, and they can go through a TVET and come out on the other end of it, either start a business or do a job. If we don't have the fundamental ingredients to do something, my plea continues to be, then why do we begin?
I think, no, you see, this new curriculum, has been said, was meant to change how we do business. Fine. Okay, good. We agree. But how do you start something without even taking it through a piloting process? Because that seems to be the order of business in this country, you know, because you've not taken it through these tests that are needed to see what works, what you need to fix before you actually deploy it. Because today we're here, we're trying to play catch up, yet from the very word go, we got it all wrong. Because we took this idea and we shoved it down parents' throats and that it has to be implemented. Yet you've not agreed on where even these institutions should be domiciled, whether it's primary or high school. You've not even decided on matters to do with the laboratories. Do we have them? What happens to those in STEM? We've just been told by Edwin that there are those who want to play sport, who want to be greatest athletes in this country, but they do not even have a field where they can run or play football, because already primary schools have taken those spaces, and those who are in JSS do not have anything to do, which begs the question, when it comes to the implementation, the policymakers, those who are here, why don't they just sit down and start looking at how best to do the best practices that should be applied, City?
You know how misdeeds catch up with us? Very many of these public schools that we have in the country had sufficient acreage for development and for growth. But over time, right from independence, all these pieces of land where you found government installations, whether they were schools, whether it was the prison, whether it was the military, it was government land. There were no individual titles that indicated that this land belongs to the armed forces, this belongs to the army, this belongs to the air force. We didn't have that. So many people took advantage of this. And in so doing, they carved off pieces of land that belonged to schools.
Still happens today. My primary school was the land was being taken the other day. Kimberley Primary School in Eldoret. This year, 2025.
Right. So there are people who believe that the only way you get rich is to get government land allocated to you and then you sell it. And that's supposed to be a business venture. Anyway, that problem is catching up with us now because schools don't have spaces to expand. We have public areas that were designated as public areas, playgrounds, designated.
Yes.
Those were taken. There were specific targeted land, not just for public areas, but for facilities that were envisioned would cater the needs of people whose population was also estimated over time. That land over time was also taken. Now we have a genuine problem on our hands. We have this new system, and even to put up the schools or the classrooms that we require, you need land. And that land doesn't exist because not that it didn't exist. That land was taken. The spirit of impunity that we see in this country is something that cannot be spoken of lightly because its consequences are dire. And dire in the sense that they're generational problems. It has started at a certain point in time, but it proceeds to affect others much, much later into life, and it continues. The process of annexing government land, what we in Kenya call land grabbing, became the norm. And yet, in an earlier time, land could be allocated to you for development. We had a low population, and the government needed to have the land which it had at its disposal developed. So land was actually allocated to people. That period ended, and the populations made sure that was going to end. We are in an era where the reality is we have needs for our children. My focus on the children, young people, with their schooling. The bulk of the students who learn in this country are still in public schools.
Yes.
And they also happen to be the most disadvantaged. Okay? How do we ensure that just like students in a past generation who got the benefits of a good education with minimum interference, how do we ensure that this generation of school-going children also have it good? Because by everything that I can see, this JSS system is going to serve them with the short end of the stick.
It is.
It is.
It already is. It already is serving them the short end of the stick. That unfortunately, I think about this thing and I say to myself, we've talked about it's like we're almost, blue in the face that we spoke about this thing. But if we don't continue to speak about it, you know what happens? This thing, it goes under the table, the water washes, it's under the bridge, it's gone. And then we have millions. Every year, at least 1 million children who come out of this system with the short end of the stick. What happens to these children? They go into young adulthood, they go into the universities, they go into the TVETs, they come out on the other end of it with the short end of the stick, because this is something that happens in perpetuity. You will continue with that as you keep going. If you come out of high school, of secondary school now, having been given the bare minimum, what do you think you're going in with? You're still going into the next level with the bare minimum. And that's why we need to continue calling out these things when we see them, when we hear them, for us to say that, you know what, guys, we can do better. Nobody's saying that you go from doing mediocre to best tomorrow, but that you can do better every day.
Yes.
It is fantastic to make plans. You can't succeed without making plans. However, you must have the ingredients to make sure that those plans are implemented. We cannot continue to do this thing whereby you start from the end and then work your way to the beginning. No. From where you are, can we make gradual steps towards this place where you say you want to go? Nobody faults a curriculum. I'm sure there are very many benefits and merits of a curriculum. But for you to get there, to optimize, for it to be efficient, what are those things that you're actually doing to ensure that it happens? The responsibility lies on the shoulders of a Ministry of Education. It does. But in terms of then all of us coming in together to say, that means that when we see something that's going off, we must speak about it. We must talk about it. We must insist that it is done and it is done right. Now, getting off the pulpit, there are some of the things that are actually very, very, that are quite fundamental. That if the things that it's always interesting because you find a story. There's a lady who's cooking some of the things that you like to watch, CT. And she was cooking this beef thing and she was going to use wine as part of the ingredients. And she said, you know what? For this beef stew to come out in its best form, and I'm putting in wine, I'm not going to just use the cheap wine that's going to do. I have to use the best ingredient for the best result.
Yes.
So essentially she's saying she's not going to use Blanc.
Bas.
No.
You have to put in the best ingredient if you want to get the best result.
Yes, you must.
And education is fundamental. That is why it's in the Bill of Rights. Yeah. It is in the Bill of Rights. Why did they choose that? Why did they not say these other things that we do? Why do we not say that when we say that when we say that people have a right to life, people have a right to protection of livelihoods, people have a right to education? Why doesn't it say people have a right to proper roads? Why doesn't it say that people have a right to walk in the street and breathe air? Why does it insist on education and done right? Why does it insist on it and done right? Because it's fundamental. What you take from the very beginning is going to take you through the rest of your life.
Yeah.
We saw a building in Mombasa being brought down.
Yeah.
Why was it brought down? Because something at the very beginning was not done right. And we want to put people into society tomorrow where we've given them a foundation that is shaky at best.
Yes.
What do we expect that the result is going to be? What do we expect? So when we sit here and we complain about it, or we talk about it, or we insist on it, and people say, come on, you're making too much noise. Really? What is going to happen? These children in grade 9 are 15 years old.
Yeah.
They've got 3 years left in their formative education. By the time they get to university, guess what? They are formed.
Yes.
With mediocre, with maybe systems working. Like, I really feel bad for these grade 9s. Because from grade 3, they've been the guinea pigs.
Yes.
I feel bad for them because then they got to grade 7, which were coming off a transition year. They didn't have books for 6 months.
Yeah.
They got into term 3 and they're already finishing the shortest term of the year. And then we expect magic out of them. Right? We expect some kind of magic. It is not possible. If we don't get the fundamentals right, we will have a problem in the future. And if we can't see that, then I cry. I do.
And I think some of the issues that we call upon the duty bearers, things that they have to handle, include matters to do with equity issues. And why am I talking about equity issues? Because you find that schools that are in low-income areas tend to also receive the short end of the stick. Perhaps it's about time that is equally looked into to ensure that all students in this republic get the right education and the right resources to make sure that they compete on the same level. We also have issues to do with policy adjustments. The Minister of Education needs to come out clear on the policies around education, JSS, CBC, in ensuring that they are implemented to the core. We talk about teacher training. It is a continuous process. Perhaps they put more funds and resources in making sure that the teachers are well equipped, the teachers are well trained, so that they get to teach our children very well. And also we have matters to do with assessment and reforms. Reforms are needed. We are not doing right with regard to where we are with JSS. Reforms are things that must be put in place to ensure that the education of our children is nothing but the best. As we say, put in the best ingredients and you have the best student, the best Kenyan that is coming to serve this republic.
You know, the thing that most people fail to understand is that the memories we have form the narratives of our life. If you went through a harrowing experience, especially in your youth, well, that thing will follow you for the rest of your life unless you understand the influence it has on the decisions you make and you actually attend to it or seek help to help attend to it. Countries that have been at war and children have been used as soldiers. Or books have been written about this, the impact that has. And these children inevitably grow up to be adults.
Yes, they do.
What sort of adults do you think they are?
There you go. That's it.
Yeah.
What sort of adults do you think they will be? Because that's what we're doing. If the care that is needed to nurture the minds of these young Kenyans isn't given the utmost time and the opportunity for them to actually grow is denied them, then again I have to ask, we keep talking of monies that are inadequate.
Yes.
There's an entire discipline that deals with scarcity. It's called economics. And it labels and understands how then choices become a very key partner in ensuring that resources are divvied up to meet needs. The question that I ask is this. The biggest item in our budget is education.
Yes.
Can we actually document and justify that entire money is actually used as it should be used? Can we? Because if we can, why do we have all manner of pending things? Universities have their issues.
Why do we have gaps?
There are gaps everywhere.
Unfinished reputation.
Yes.
Can't build schools, don't have labs. Come on.
That money is a heck of a lot of money. If you itemize it and look at what it can do vis-a-vis the number of education institutions we have in the country, it is still a lot of money. Can we? Until we can do that and say, each and every to the last cent was used towards this, then the issue of inadequate resources will make sense to me. But before then, it does not make sense.
City, we have majority of children who go to school in this country going to public schools.
Yes.
That means the government has to ensure that the majority of those who go to school get nothing but the very best. We cannot continue sitting and saying we are still trying to fix it. We have to do it right from the word go, because time is not waiting for us.
Dennis, the tragedy that I've been speaking of, as I've been looking at the proverbs from Zimbabwe, we have similar tragedies. Man, do we have a wealth of human resource? We do.
We do.
It is that wealth of human resource that enables a country to move forward, because you don't have a shortage of people who can think up ways of ensuring you move forward. We keep talking of documents gathering dust in whichever ministry that comprises of the way forward movements that Kenyans have come up with. If we can export labor, it means we have labor that can be exported.
Yes.
Especially if it's trained labor.
Right.
But should we not meet our own needs first?
True.
Should we not meet our own needs first? Because it is the resources of this country that have trained those people. Should the people of the country also not benefit as they should? Just have sufficient teachers to meet the needs. Simple, in my mind. Simple. And yet, someone will say the monies allocated are insufficient. Again, those colossal amounts, you're telling me they're insufficient. How exactly?
Show us how you spent it so far.
Yes. What is done with the just itemize it. Let's not even go into history. Just look at last year. What was allocated?
638 billion.
Exactly. Just how this was utilized.
What did it actually do?
You know that amount of money?
400 million shy of $1 trillion.
Yes. What did it do? And how can somebody demonstrate that it was insufficient to meet the needs that we've been talking about this morning? How?
Until we start to take it seriously, we're not going to be able to see the results. And I believe there are some people who take it seriously, but if everybody doesn't at the same pace, or even some exceeding others, we're going to continue to see these problems that we see. But it would be disingenuous of anyone to think that those who essentially are building a future on the shoulders of children who go to school and are not doing it right, to think that something perfect will come out of it. We've got to get our ducks in a row, and then beyond getting them in a row, you have to get them walking. Some of the conversations that we have every day on the Situation Room, it continues. Good morning, 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Intern doctors will be posted starting July 1st. Health CS Aden Duale made the announcement on Thursday after meeting the Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union officials. The sticking point in previous discussions has been the payment of interns, with KMPDU insisting on the full implementation of the CBA, which pegs intern salaries at 206,000 shillings. The government, however, proposed to reduce the figure to 70,000 shillings, sparking protests. Duale acknowledged the discrepancy and promised to take up the matter with Treasury and the President. KMPDU Secretary General Davji Atela described the meeting as promising, but added that the union would remain vigilant until Duale's commitments are fulfilled.
This meeting was quite important because it was either to meet the minister before the strike or to go on the strike and meet the minister. But as a union, we believe in dialogue, and before we take any actions, we have to always exploit all the available mechanisms for addressing the issues. And for the first time, the issue of interns that we've been trying to explain to everybody the roles interns are doing, the CS seem to have understood it well perfectly. I think it's now him to explain to the CS, to the Treasury. It's him now to explain to the head of the Republic, and we believe that if he has the green light, all these matters will come to a close.
President William Ruto's United Democratic Party is set to hold its grassroots elections in 22 counties across the country starting today. UDA National Elections Board Chairperson Anthony Mwaura made the announcement at the party's warehouse in Nairobi, where he inspected their preparations.
We are organizing and making sure that our elections are going to go on as scheduled. Here we are ready to dispatch our materials to the polling stations. Already we have started dispatching materials for the counties of Isiolo and Marsabit, all the way to Moyale. And I can confidently tell our party members that the elections will be held on Friday as scheduled, on 11th and 12th, and the elections will be free and fair and devoid of any violence.
The grassroots elections come after the indefinite postponement of the exercise following the nationwide Gen Z protest last June. During the protest, the party suffered losses as its offices were torched in several parts of the country, including in Embu County. Interior PS Raymond Omolo has decried what he termed as a culture of lack of order across the country occasioned by frequent protests. He was speaking in Machakos during the 9th annual general meeting of the Association of National Government Administrators of Kenya, or ANGAC.
There is culture that is currently creeping across the country where there is lack of order across every sphere of life, whether it's in schools, whether it's in offices, whether it's in leadership. And I want to look up to this association and its membership to help us bring some semblance of order in how we manage our affairs.
Omolo also challenged chiefs and other administrators to ensure that officers in their departments carry out their duties in accordance with the law.
Historically, there is what the administrators have been known for, whether it's matters discipline, how we drive the government agenda, how we drive or how we follow up on issues that have interest to the communities. And it is my prayer and hope that this association will help us sustain that.
In Tanzania, opposition leader Tundu Lissu has been charged with treason a day after he was arrested following a rally he held in the south of the country. The charge is connected to his nationwide campaign pushing for electoral reform under the slogan, "No reforms, no election." The country is due to go to the polls in October when Lissu is expected to challenge President Samia Suluhu Hassan. When Samia first came to power in 2021 after the death of her predecessor John Magufuli, she was praised for reversing some of his more authoritarian tendencies, but she's since been criticized after some opposition members have been targeted with arrests and abductions. That's the News Wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Traffic.
All right, let's take a look at what it looks like on the roads this morning. The sun is up and shining. A little bit of traffic, as usually happens on Friday. The Eastern Bypass, however, is the clog of bumper to bumper. Heading out towards Cabanas at the interchange, you're going to lock horns with what's coming off of Outer Ring and also what's going towards Outer Ring. So that's busy. Mombasa Road is not doing too badly. There is some traffic as you then approach Aerodrome. And what's this? This is traffic coming off of Langata Road. It's going to touch on Mombasa Road just a little bit. And next gen through towards the Nyaya Stadium roundabout is also starting to pile up. The roundabouts on Gong Road as you head towards Valley Road on this side and Community on the other is also a little bit busy. And there's Limuru Road. I don't know what happens on Friday with Limuru Road, but it's very, very busy. Traffic coming out from Village Market through towards Parklands and out towards the CBD. Very busy right about now. Bumper to bumper, quite some actually. And then as you come off the Thika Superhighway, we're seeing traffic right around Survey. Kiambu Road also has some traffic. And Ngong Road is not doing too badly. Waiyaki Way has some traffic as well. We are in traffic hour proper. We're going to try to keep things moving with your help this morning as you talk to us on SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Very good morning to you. 7 minutes after 8 o'clock into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation, the last one for this week. It's been quite a ride, and then getting into conversations as we do this hour. Very glad to have you here. As a way of reminder, our live streams are up on YouTube, on Facebook, and on X, and our audiences are here on KTN. So always good as we get into very important conversations. For this hour, we're going to be looking at how traders can make use of Pan-Africanism, Pan-African payment and settlement systems. How you can do that from where you are around the continent, and to be able to help us with that, it already sounds like, okay, so wait a minute, what are we doing? Across currencies, across countries, how? Well, we're going to get into it. And Edward Nakitare is an international money transfer expert. If you've never seen one, we have one right here in the hot seat. If you want to know how an international money transfer expert looks like, you need to be tuned in now. And then also some of the things that he's going to tell us today, probably phenomenal, but we'll get into that conversation without much ado. Edward, good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
Very well. How are you?
Not bad. Thank you for having me.
Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room. Business has blown up around the continent over the last decade. And we've seen that folks who ordinarily would have to travel from point A to point B to then be able to transact business are now able to do that from the comfort of the countries where they're domiciled in, or even from the comfort of just behind your computer, depending on what it is that you trade. And so one of the big questions comes in terms of, so then how do we pay for these things? How do we receive money for our services or our goods? And so that's why you're here this morning, to be able to debunk some of those things for us. So we're very glad that you've done that. But as you come, we were going to welcome you to the Situation Room with a proverb. We're going to put you to work. And CT goes to a different African country, so this is just apt, is it not? Every week, and he comes back with a basket full of proverbs from said country. So he's going to tell you where we are this week, and then he will give you the proverb, and you will then interpret that for us.
Okay.
Fair enough?
Let's do this.
Okay.
Well, the only African country on this continent that had two independents.
Okay.
Yes. One was simply declared. The people who considered themselves the leaders of that country determined that they were going to have their own self-rule and declared as such. It was called a UDI, Unilateral Declaration of Independence. And then the majority came up and said, folks, this is not really independence. We'd like our own. And a guerrilla war ensued for quite a while before that independence came about. Edward, which country do you think this is?
A guerrilla war ensued.
Yes, there are many countries in Africa where that happened, but there's one particular one where it happened. There are two independents. One was declared by a minority group.
Okay.
Who are white.
Is this Zimbabwe?
Good. You paid attention in class. This man paid attention in class. Yes. We are in the Republic of Zimbabwe, one of the richest countries on the planet. And yet, it represents the tragedy of Africa. I keep saying this because all that wealth, all that ability, all those resources, and yet the citizenry do not benefit from it as they should. They simply do not. The proverb, there is honey, but no bees.
Just because you don't see effort doesn't mean output is not there.
Yes. I think if you look at this gentleman's school reports, they'll tell us a good story that this man was good in school. Yes, clearly. Yes, that is it.
Fantastic. So I guess you've gotten off to a good start. So then maybe you can debunk some of these things for us, and that, just give us an inroad, first of all, into how things have changed over the last many years, whereby, the traditional forms of then doing business and making and receiving payments was the rule of the roost. The rooster, that one, the rule of the roost. And that has changed today. Walk us through that transition, first of all, before we then get to then how we can do it today.
Right. So, and as long as there's been trade, as long as, civilizations have existed, trade has also existed. And as long as trade has existed, there's always been a medium of exchange, right? So I have to quantify the value of the items that you're giving me against what I'm giving you, right? And so we started out with barter trade, where my mangoes are worth, 10 mangoes are worth, say, 4 oranges. Or 50 cows are worth, a hat and something else. So we moved from that and we started looking at it's no longer very feasible to have a medium of exchange for barter trade, because maybe you have oranges and I don't want oranges, but I know somebody else who wants oranges. But then how do we strike a balance?
You meet at a market so that other people who have other goods come with their goods.
Exactly.
Yes.
And so as the world began to grow, the market started becoming bigger and, extended beyond just where you would consider walking distance or a place where you could go to. So there was need for a medium of exchange, something that everyone would look at and say, this is worth this much, not necessarily the goods that you have, right? And we had shells, It's crazy when you look at some of the things right now. When you look back and wonder, I mean, it's crazy to imagine somebody went into the river or to the ocean and collected those things and said, "This is value."
Like a cowrie shell.
Yeah, like a cowrie shell. This is value for us.
But do you understand why it was given value?
Actually, no.
Because it was rare and it took effort to actually get them.
Not everybody could come across it.
Facts.
Yes.
Facts. But then I would also challenge that position and ask you, who assigns that value to the cowrie shell? Is it you who went in and looked for it? If I have never interacted with cowrie shells before...
Actually, the question is extremely valid.
Yeah.
If you haven't, and someone shows you something that you would consider useful to you, remember the barter trade...
Yeah.
I had to need something for whatever somebody else has to be valuable to me.
To me, yeah.
Same with cowrie shells.
Yes.
Even if it was just ornamental, people considered it had value because for the longest time, human beings have always understood how to make themselves look better.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
So the cowrie shells did have a role.
Yeah.
Yes. And it was determined by the people who needed it.
Yeah.
And over time, that interest could spread.
Okay.
Yes.
So the underlying theme there was the perception, right?
Yes.
So the perception of the cowrie shells made you believe that it was of value, right? Because maybe somebody did tell you a story or did see somebody else with it, right? And I'm building into why that is very important, because that sets a foundation of where we are right now, right?
Right.
So then we proceeded over time and societies emerged, more people were on the earth, and we no longer could go in and just look for cowrie shells. So we had gold as a gold standard for it, so exchange of gold and silver. And then over that, now we said it's too bulky. The volume of trade became so massive that it was too bulky for you to be able to carry around, say, 5 kgs of gold to pay for something, right? So then there came in what we now understand as paper money. So you were told, for this one, say Kenya shilling, it's called a Kenya shilling. Its value is equivalent to X because it's backed by, say, a level of gold for some, for argument's sake. Again, perception, right? The large populace still didn't understand the value of this gold against the paper money, but they took it as a standard. Yes. It's like, this is what people are doing. Everyone is accepting it. Therefore, we're going to take it.
Okay.
So now fast forward to where we are right now. So you've transitioned over time from exchanging, and I like to, explain it this way, from exchanging physical hard currencies, right? Or physical items in exchange for services and goods. And now you're looking at, I'll just send you a transfer, right? And then we had the emergence of SWIFT, which now almost became the gold standard of bank legitimacy. That if a bank is on SWIFT, a bank has been given a SWIFT code, and they're able to initiate a transaction, then almost certain there is value backed by that transfer. Again, perception, isn't it? Now bring it now to our current scenario, and what happens is if I send you money, say, from my phone, either via M-Pesa or from a bank to another bank, you never actually have physical cash that you're looking at, right? In fact, more often than not, when the transfer happens, you have value sitting somewhere in your bank account. But can you take out that value? For example, if you say you had 40,000 shillings right now in your account and there's no place you can go withdraw that money, how good is it that I can send you the 40,000 shillings and you believe you actually have value in 40,000 shillings? It's still perception, isn't it? So if we build on that whole idea of perception and what happened, then you get to understand how easy it has been to transition from what in international money remittances, what we used to have before dominating was we send you cash, you physically go to a location and collect cash. Because you felt that's the only way I can justify this value, right? I need to have cash in hand. I need to have my cowrie shells.
Very important.
Very important. Right? I need to have my cowrie shells.
Very important.
So I think where we've gotten to right now in terms of global transfers is global transfers have really moved away from having to receive the physical cash to now having the funds terminating, say, to your wallet, say a mobile wallet, or to your bank account. And the reason behind this also is that, again, that perception needed to be fueled. You needed to satisfy or to legitimize that perception. So how do you legitimize the perception? Is that if I have the 40,000 shillings in my bank account on my phone and I need to purchase something, I don't need to go to the bank to get cash to come and pay. Is when I go to a merchant to purchase something, is that merchant will take my perception of what I have as 40,000 as validity of me having the value of what they think they have, right?
Okay.
So because we were able to sort of satisfy that feeling or that perception, it made cross-border payments very easy to transition from cash to more, I want to say, digital way of sending transfers. And that's what we have here. And now let me just tie this, with a Pan-African solution, is that in Africa, for a very long time, it was much easier for you to move goods. I mean, granted, there are challenges, but it's very easy for you to buy baskets from Okoh, get onto a bus, drive all the way to, I don't know, say Ethiopia, and sell those, those baskets. Mm-hmm. But then, how easy is it for you to move money from Kenya to Ethiopia? It's not as easy as you might imagine, for two reasons. One, the infrastructure that currently exists in terms of you being able to send money, first of all, is very Western dominated, right? And number two, I am your neighbor, right? So Ethiopians are our neighbors. In fact, they don't need visas. We don't need visas to go there. But I can't go with Kenya shillings and go and trade Ethiopian beer.
Yes.
But it's easy for me to carry
baskets
and go sell in Ethiopia. So we as a continent have perfected, and when I say perfected, have perfected a way of moving money domestically, right? And you can just check this out. A lot of the instant payment solutions and services that exist, most of them are actually in Africa, right? So being able to do peer-to-peer transfer instantly exists in Africa. In fact, yesterday I was having a chat with a friend of mine who's come in from Brazil, and I was asking him about PIX. So PIX is their version of what we have here is IPSL. And
what is IPSL?
So PesaLink, what we have is PesaLink. Instant payment, yeah. So it's the bank instant payment services.
So why is it called an IPS?
No, it's IPSL is a holding company. So IPSL. So when you're on my side, it has IPSL, but generally we know it as PesaLink.
Okay.
Being able to transfer funds, right? So when I was having a chat with him, he lights up to tell me about. So I asked him, tell me how PIX works. He lights up to tell me about how PIX works. Oh, I'm able to send money instantly from my account to your account. He even gives me a scenario of how he was paying rent before, and it used to take 3-4 days, and now I can easily just pay. Or I walk into a merchant and I pay, and this is something new to them.
When did they have this PIX thing?
Like about 2-3 years ago. And he's really excited about it. Like he lights up about it. So he's been in the country I think for a month, so he doesn't fully understand how everything works, and I'm like, okay, so we've had M-Pesa for quite some time, and it's instant.
Yes.
We've had PesaLink, which is instant for quite some time, and and he's like, oh, is it? So how does it work? So we start now. He gets a little bit technical about it. I'm like, wait, hold up. I don't understand the technical bit of it. I understand how it works. And guess what? We've had an instant way of moving money for a very long time, right? But then, so you understand, most countries, especially in Africa, we have all these instant services that we're working on. But then when it comes to the cross-border one, if I need to move money, say, from here to Ghana, or from here to Nigeria, I don't have an instant way of sending money. And I guess that's where the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System came in to try and solve that problem, because it is an instant service that allows you to send money fast in local currency as well as instantly.
Okay. Yeah. So how does it work, and then how are you able to handle things like exchange rates? Because the complaint has been, for the longest time, that you lose quite. If you're sending huge amounts of money and you're losing something on the exchange rate, then it becomes unfavorable. Right. How does that work?
So let's just debunk it and look at how money moves. So globally, money still moves by banks. Banks still move majority of the money, right? So you have so many fintechs coming in to try and provide quick, easy ways of sending money, but money still is moved by banks. Now, a lot of pressure in terms of moving money cross-border has always been on the consumer, right? So if you want to say, like the use case I was giving for Ethiopia, if you want to send money to Ethiopia, you need to come to the bank and purchase dollars. Why? Because the guy in Ethiopia will tell you, I don't have confidence or faith in your Kenya shillings, give me dollars because I can do much more with dollars, right? So what PAPS has come in to do, right, is remove that pressure from the consumer. Tell the consumer, what do you have? You have Kenya shillings. That's what you trade in. That's what you have access to. The guy on the other side needs beer. That's what he trades in. That's what he has access to. So it brings that gap and says, bring your Kenya shillings. I will deliver the payment in Ethiopian beer.
Okay.
Now, because we are not yet there as a continent, and we have to call it as it is, we're not there as a continent where we say, my Kenya shillings is worth this much value. Now, it removes pressure from the consumer and puts pressure on the banks. And banks don't have a problem accessing foreign currency. They have a multitude of ways to get foreign currency. So the baseline currency, fun fact, baseline currency for PAPS is actually US dollar, right? But then it means, you don't have to come to the bank and get dollars. Just give me Kenya shillings. The bank will figure out how to get the dollars on the other side and do the conversion from, say, Kenya shilling dollar, then Ethiopian beer. Yeah.
So as we talk about the movement of money, and it is a subject that for a very long time has been domiciled even with policymakers and leaders of African countries. For a fact that even right now, just in the EAC, East Africa Community, there is the aspect of the monetary policy, where we want to come around with a single value that works like the euro, So in terms of the monetary policy that is being pushed coming through, what effect would that have on PAPS in making sure that these transactions as well just happen easily?
So, the East Africa, so that will largely solve our problem as East Africa.
Yes.
Right? I don't know whether you know this, there is a service that exists for East Africans called the East African Payment System.
Yes.
So the East African Payment System has tenets that make a lot of sense. For example, it means that, again, from the use case of having to use a dollar, is if I'm paying for goods and services in, say, Uganda, I don't have to look for the dollar to pay for that service. Because Kenya shilling and the Kenya shilling and the Tanzanian shilling and the Ugandan shillings are tradable. I mean, you can walk to Tanzania and actually trade that money, right? But then what that does for us as a block, and I love the fact that you brought in that bit, because now it brings in the conversation about a block. If you look at regional blocks that exist within Africa, so you have the West African Economic zone that allows you to do ZOF-ZAF, right? And then you have the SADC RTGS that allows you to move money either using rands or US dollars. So majority of these places, these regional blocks, have a solution for one currency that they use. So even when they're trading cross-border outside that region, they're able to leverage on the sort of the strength of that regional block's currency. Now, as EAC, if we had one, one currency, the opportunities are just crazy, because then now you're looking at it as one block. So even in terms of, so follow the money. So the money will come in as having one block. But then in terms of negotiating for trade agreements globally, you're negotiating as a block, which my assessment would be if you have the EAC, all the member countries signing up to it, and you have one single currency, it gives you more legitimacy, it gives you a bigger trade block, which means then that you might find a situation where maybe our EAC, let's call it the EAC shilling, an EAC shilling might be, would have more value compared to, say, individually as a Kenya shilling. And as a result, means our traders would be able to, say, purchase items cheaper than what they currently have, because you're able to hedge your exchange much stronger if you have more countries backing that one currency.
So paint a picture for us, because usually we talk about these things, and it's great because you had some acronyms here that through CT for a loop.
I love how you stopped me.
Yes. So often will. So if you have any more acronyms, just be ready for the finger to come up, right? But the thing, so paint a picture for us. Somebody is where? What do you want to sell today? We're selling shea butter coming out of Accra. Okay? And that shea butter is coming to Nairobi. Gone are the days where you're going to have to take the flight, go from Accra to Addis, come to Nairobi, sell your thing, get paid, go back, which is what you've established. So what are we doing today that's going to ensure that, and usually the folks in Accra want to see the money before they can send the butter to you. What are we doing and how are we going about it to ensure that that happens in a short period of time and that goods and services then NASAC gets delivered?
So digitization of that process is number one, right? So I think digitization is a very key component of it. Second is speed at which you push that transaction. And then lastly is being able to security, I guess, let me call it security and transparency of that transaction, and I'll quantify each. So the speed of the transaction is, if I've struck a deal with you for you to send me shea butter, before you release that, before you call the guy at the port or if you're putting it in a plane, you need to have money in your account, right? So if we've struck the deal between the two of us, you need to see the money in your account near almost instantly. So right now, that is possible, both going and coming in. I'm able to send you money instantly. The second thing, I think, is in terms of transparency. In the event that I've sent you funds, and for some reason, I know funds have left. How many times have you experienced this? You've sent somebody money, you are less in value of the money that you've sent.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't know that I can say you've been debited. I don't know if that's an acronym, but let's say you've been... Yes, you've been debited. Okay. All right, so you've been debited money from your account. Okay. So you've been debited money from your account, but the recipient has not received funds.
Yes.
Now, everyone is usually... It's because money is very emotive, right? So if the funds have not been received, you get jittered. You start getting jittery. I mean, where is the money? I need to find out where the money is. So if there's a way for you to know where exactly the money is, then guess what? You're more at ease, right? In terms of that. So I think those two things, for sure, will go a long way in ensuring that trade happens. Yeah.
You actually raised something very critical in terms of when you're sending your...
Sorry.
Yeah.
Dennis, I'm sorry. I want to know, though, what am I doing?
Oh, yeah. So you access. sorry. So you'd be able to access these services on any of your digital channels. So say you have access to internet banking, you have access to mobile banking, or you have access to, say, a mobile wallet, and a mobile wallet service provider is able to provide you with that service. And I say mobile wallet service provider here to mean even because right now we have so many fintechs that are coming up, right? So you can be a customer of a fintech that would offer you such a service. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, as we talk about PAPs, there is always the aspect of, fine, I've sent money, the good has arrived and whatever. But as the person who's sent the money as well, I don't want that money to be withdrawn until I get the goods.
Right.
So how do we deal with that, or just deal with the aspect of trust within the PAPS systems to assure me that the good has been sent, you will receive it, the money as well has been delivered? How do you deal with the intricacy? Those ones. That one. Intricacy.
Yes.
In making sure that there's that trust involved.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So I think there's no intelligent answer I can give you to that, right? But I will tell you this. If you think about how perhaps people do trade with, say you're buying goods and services goods from China, for example, right now, and you walk into Kamukunji, the guys who are importing some of those things, they'll tell you, the guy will tell you, I need to have money in my account first before I release the goods. Now, as to whether the goods will be released or not, it's out of faith.
Okay.
But part of how I know a lot of traders have been able to answer that question is you have to do due diligence. I mean, you don't just go online, you find a guy who's saying, I sell shea butter from Accra. And tomorrow you slide on their direct message if it's on social media, and you tell them, hey, listen, I want you to ship me 40 tons of shea butter. You don't know who this guy is. You have no contracts in place. So I think a big component of it is having to do due diligence on yourself, for yourself. Because from a payment rail perspective, right, the mandate is very clear. I need to be able to deliver that payment within a couple of seconds, right? Whatever happens outside now is based on you being able to do due diligence on who you're sending or you're transacting from. And more and more, I think trade is very interesting from remittances, just general remittances if I'm sending money back home. Because that particular element that you bring in trust. So how does this guy know that I've sent funds, they've been held, and they will have to release the goods?
How would you know? Exactly.
I don't have an answer for that.
I want to take a break, CT.
Okay.
I think what I want to say is I agree with you.
Oh, you agree? I like it when that happens. We're having a conversation with Edward Nakitari this morning. He's an international money transfer expert, and we're looking at how traders can actually take advantage of, Pan-African payment and settlement, this particular system. So we're going to come back and look at that thing that you wanted, Tracy, to hang on to it. We'll come back and continue with this conversation. It's 26 minutes to 9.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The fun never stops on Star Times. This Easter and April school holidays. Get ready for non-stop adventure, laughter, and learning for big and little kids. Renew your subscription for 2 months and get a free upgrade to the next higher bouquet for 2 months. Dive into the best kids entertainment with Boing, Jim Jam, CBeebies, Toonami, Da Vinci, ST Tunes, and Cartoon. There's something for every little explorer. Buy a Star Times decoder at any of our business halls or dealers nationwide for endless fun, action, and discovery all holiday long. On the move? No problem. Download StarTimes on app and enjoy your favorite shows anytime, anywhere. Dial *858# for self-service. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Sunny conditions in Nairobi. It is sunny at 17 in Nakuru, with sunny conditions at 17 in Nyeri. Seems like everywhere is 17 because it is in Eldoret as well, and sunny. 29 and sunny in Mombasa, with sunny conditions at 30 into Malindi. And we're looking then into Kisumu with sunny conditions at 21, and it's sunny at 20 in Kakamega. 21 and sunny into Kampala, while Dar es Salaam at 26 is sunny. We're looking at sunny conditions at 13 in Johannesburg and at 30 with sunny conditions in Mogadishu. It is sunny, you guessed it, in Addis Ababa at 19, though. Cloudy conditions at 25 in Lagos and cloudy at 25 in Kinshasa.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. Traffic.
Depending on where you're coming in from. If you're on Limuru Road today, you dealt with quite some traffic. It's bumper to bumper. Also, if you're on Wangari Maathai Way, coming off going towards Chiromo in one way, you can use Ojijo Road in the other direction, trying to find your way through towards Westlands. Very, very busy, bumper to bumper. It's also still pretty busy coming off of Thika Superhighway right around Survey, going towards then the Pangani Underpass. That's doing the thing. Kangunda Road, not looking too bad right about now. Landis is busy going towards Kamkunji, and then into the city from Ngong Road. It's going to take you back a few minutes because you're going to have to sit through that traffic. If you're on the Eastern Bypass, then you know there's traffic going towards North Airport Road, and it's busy on the loop from Outer Ring. So that's what we're dealing with right now. We're still in traffic hour. Let's get through it with all our wits about. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Edward Nakitari is an international money transfer expert, and we're talking about, traders around Africa essentially being able to take advantage of this payment and settlement system. CT, did you hold on to it?
I did.
Well done.
The currency that I hear you speaking of, that actually fuels and motorizes the financial system, is trust.
Absolutely.
Because in the absence of trust, then none of these things would actually work.
No.
Now, the question, How exactly does the system guard against something we constantly hear of? It's called money laundering.
Right. So one of the key requirements, right? So imagine the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System as a scheme that everybody needs to join, right? And there are certain rules and regulations that govern that system or that scheme. And one of the things, even from a regulatory standpoint, that governs it is you need to have enough tools in place to ensure that it's called screening. You're able to screen every transaction against prescribed lists that exist for money laundering, or I think they call it counter-terrorism financing or financing of terrorism. So you need to have a system that allows you to do active screening. And the responsibility of screening is not left to PAPs alone. It's for every participant that is on the network. So if you're a bank, for example, say KCB, is on PAPs. So KCB has demonstrated to PAPs and the regulator that they are able to screen transaction. It is a requirement. And the reason for this is that the responsibility of AML and screening lies with you as an institution. So you can't, for example, say the third party will do it. So you can't rely on PAPs doing it. PAPs is required to show and demonstrate that they can do it. A bank that's originating a transaction needs to demonstrate that they're doing it. And a bank that is receiving needs to also demonstrate that they are also doing the same. Does that answer to some extent?
No. It actually does answer. I wanted to understand the systems that exist.
Right.
In combating this.
Right.
And you've explained it well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So at the moment in the continent, we have the AFCFTA, which is being pushed by different by governments pretty much, and the continent as a whole in making sure that we are able to do business together. But even as we talk about that, there is the need for everybody to be on board on these for us to be able to do business and trade easily together. So what would be that thing that policymakers need to put in place to make sure that the vision of AFCFTA is actually achieved and that PAPS comes in making sure that it's actually delivered and achieved as well?
I believe there needs to be a more deliberate push in terms of getting first the financial sector brought onto to the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, and because I strongly believe we need to start looking inward as a continent. We need to start focusing on solutions that are made by Africans for Africans. And the only way we can do that is, one, by giving incentives. So, and some of the incentives might not be from a financial perspective. The incentives could be in terms of efficiency, could be in terms of transparency, etc., etc. So that incentive is very important. But then on the other side is so I think we, or most African countries, need to take a bigger leap of faith in terms of adopting some of these things that we have. Even in terms of things like harmonization of entries for, say, things like PAPs, right? Or solutions that exist for Africans, right? I think it's time where Africans or African countries need to be selfish in terms of trying to find solutions that work for them, that are made by them. And when I say made by them, I mean locally grown solutions, because locally grown solutions, more often than not, will address very specific problems that, say, international solutions might not, right? So if you look at, say, legacy systems are coming and tell you they're going to do 6-7 items, but you actually need to consume 2 things. But then you have on the other side a small fintech, or you have a bank that's looking for solutions that just work for them. Let me give an example, right? And just building on that African Continental Free Trade Area, is that if you, for example, looked at how a customer would walk into one location, so assuming you're a Pan-African bank, right, and you have a customer who's in country X, let's say, for example, a customer who's in Uganda who's coming to Kenya, right? If we've already harmonized so those banks have harmonized how they look at their customers. They probably run on the same core banking. But why is it that customer cannot just walk in from that branch? His branch in Uganda can come into a branch in Kenya and just come and collect cash.
Right.
Why do they have to go through a third party? For example, say a card sponsored by a foreign company, come to an ATM and withdraw cash, as opposed to maybe wanting to go directly and do business, come and deposit, etc., right? But so African countries need, and it's not even need, must. I think must should be the word. African countries must start looking at solutions that work for them, built by them, that work for them, right? So you don't have a third party out there looking in and trying to control what you have, because you've given them so much power, so much control over what you have, right? And PAPS is a fantastic one, because for PAPS now, these rules are set by members on that platform. So central banks on that platform, you have central banks on that platform, you have commercial banks, African commercial banks on that platform, and they sit together and say, look, this works for us, this doesn't work for us. And I think that's very, 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 very important.
But who created this PAPS?
So it's created by the African Import and Export Bank, Afrexim Bank. Yeah. So it's a purely, when I say it's a purely African solution, it is a purely African solution.
Do we, especially with the new systems, I imagine, what happened with mobile telephony when we then got to the place whereby you didn't have to, be stuck to a landline or go to a phone booth or whatever those were. And then you got to a place where you could carry it around with you. Yeah. We had not even gotten out of the woods, and then we started to deal with all these other technologies that come along with it, and people had to essentially learn what it meant. Yeah. So in as much as you had the issue of trust, you also had the issue of this new phenomenon where people were used to keeping money in their purse or under their mattress, and then we then moved to a place where you could carry it around in your phone. Yeah. So here we are, and we're saying that where people were used to, because we can't run away from the fact that people used to trek for thousands, a combination to then be able to get, and then we got into vehicles, and then we got into planes and there. But then now we are saying you don't have to move from where you are to have these things done. There's a certain amount of education and information then that needs to pass from one place to another. It took a while for us to grasp the idea that you can actually move this thing and you don't have to go anywhere. But now we are saying that business can be done. Do you think there's enough information going around, there's enough education for people to be comfortable now with this and say we can actually move? Because it's phenomenal what it then would be able to do for business on the continent.
No, I don't think there's enough information that's gone out there. I think there's still a lot of work to be done, right? So we need to spend a little more time educating our businesses in terms of some of the benefits that they get from this. And it's simple things like, now because the service is instant, you don't have to consolidate payments with 3, 4, 5 guys. Now because the service is cost effective, you don't have to consolidate payments with 3, 4, 5 guys to make a payment. You can make the payment as and when you need to. But on paper, when you look at it, fantastic. Practically being able to convince businesses for them to see this value, I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And it's a responsibility of everyone, right? So it's a responsibility of those who know to educate those who do not know. It's a responsibility of businesses that are currently consuming some of these services to encourage other businesses to be able to come on board and just enjoy some of the services. Yeah.
Okay. Do we find that there's a greater uptake of this mode, and if so, over what time?
Greater uptake, I think slowly, yes. There is, so the thing about, I don't know whether, maybe it's an African thing, right? Where we're not very quick to adopt new things, right? So more often than not, including me, right? So before I try on something new, I'll wait to see if Dennis has actually started it. So we do a lot of things based on referrals. Maybe because, of the society we're in, that you have to see other people doing it first for you to believe it, or it's just a personal thing, I don't know. But I will say that the uptake, we I'll just go back to there's a lot of work to be done. I mean, we're not yet here.
It's interesting because you find it is sad that we have solutions for African problems, yet you find even if I'm doing business today, I will opt on PayPal because I trust PayPal more to be able to deliver. But here now we have a conversation on how then are we able to change the mindset of African traders and African population pretty much to look at perhaps as a solution that understands them, that it's easier to fix the concerns that they have, to be able to trust it more, to be able to move money easier and faster, but then brings the conversation in terms of, if you look at Afro-Exim Bank and what it does with African governments and even the banks across the continent, having that conversation taking center stage would be important. I mean, let's talk about Africa Union giving it the top seat to be able to do trade, because all these countries want to trade together. Right. So just in terms of policy aspects from an African perspective, AU, perhaps that's the direction we should look at?
Absolutely. And I think PAPS has taken such a good route because one of the things that PAPS has done is it's focused first and foremost with AU. So it's very clear that PAPS is an enabler of the African and continental free trade area, right? And the way they do it is being able to allow traders and people doing business to move money seamlessly. Now, that from an AU perspective, AU does back that, right? Then you bring it down to now individual countries. And one of the entry points for PAPS is actually central banks, right? So you sit with the central bank, and the central bank understands what you need to do. And because central bank is a police of all in the entire financial industry, right? So if the central bank has given it legitimacy, then, every other financial institution will take it on. And when a financial institution has owned it because it's been given legitimacy, then guess what? Banks and all financial services have one thing in mind, right? Beyond obviously providing services to their customers, how do we profit from this? And because it makes sense for them from a profit perspective, then it becomes an item that they actively champion for. So it's sort of like a ripple effect. You start at the top. I had a boss who used to tell me, you need to climb the tree from the top. If you climb the tree from the top, then everything else just becomes easier, right?
Right.
I know how you get there, I don't know, but just climb the tree from the top.
Where are you trying to go? To the bottom?
That boss.
Yeah, so...
But the question I have to ask is, everything you say makes perfect sense, but the two questions really, we trade as Africans with other nations more than we trade among ourselves. Europe, Asia, North America.
Yeah.
Percentages are infinitely higher. Our trade among ourselves is just 15 to 18% of the total trade. But there are hindrances. Look at our road network and logistics, for instance, or rail network. The cost of doing business. There are countries that do not have sufficient energy needs. Just what we call electricity.
Right.
There's power in few places, but not really adequate. Now, if you list all the hindrances that we have before you throw in tariffs and just the dependency on the countries that previously colonized us, a system such as this one cannot really reach its full potential, can it? With all these hindrances that we keep having. You mentioned the AU. Do you think the AU is the right body to come up with an idea of how it is that we can that we can ensure that these hindrances are lowered and that trade becomes more feasible?
You have to start from somewhere, right? And the reason why I say you have to start from somewhere is, first and foremost, it is very important for you to prove the concept. So you prove the concept that, one, trade actually does exist.
It does.
We can actually build this trade.
Yes.
Now, how do you prove, for example, right now, how do you prove that Kenya does trade with country X and Y? Two things. The volume of goods and services that you either export or import, but then more importantly is you follow the money, isn't it? So the quantum of business has been done against how much money has come in or how much money has gone out. Now, if you provide, and I strongly believe in this, if you provide a service such as PAPS that allows people to just move money, guess what? Just because, and I'm not taking a side here, there are no, like say AU has not maybe provided a solution or a service of such nature, just because that is not there doesn't mean customers are not doing it.
They are, but they're limited because in the absence of deliberate, very, very deliberate policy implementations that make these things possible.
Right.
Take, for instance, the insecurity that we keep talking about in this continent. It's a massive deterrent to any of these things that we speak of. Okay? If you look at just the competing economic blocks that we have and the overlapping tariffs and all these things, see, the AU is supposed to bring about some of these things, meaning this unification you speak of, what you are talking about forms an integral part of how all these things can come together. Platforms that can actually work on the continent. That's a tick. But these other areas, we look at just the East African community. We make progress, and then we suddenly stop.
Yeah.
And suddenly we were squabbling about eggs and potatoes and maize. Suddenly.
Yeah.
Now, all I'm saying is, in the absence of some of the fundamentals that bedevil this continent, do you really think that justice will be done for a system such as the one that you're talking about?
Absolutely. And this is why I strongly believe in this, right? And I'll quantify my answer. And when I say you have to start from somewhere, is because you will list 5, 7, 10 items that are a challenge. But the reality is this. Even with those barriers that exist, if I'm able to move money, practical, if I'm selling you this coffee mug, right, you absolutely love it. But I tell you, by the time I give you this coffee mug, I have to take it outside, it comes back, you come and get it. But you've seen value in this coffee mug. Believe me, you'll try and get the coffee mug, isn't it? But then, if we figure out a way of you being able to get it. I've already told you all the barriers that exist in place for you to be able to get this coffee, because you've seen value in the coffee mug. But I cannot give you, or you cannot transfer value to me for this coffee mug. Then it's as good as done. So first and foremost, being able to move money is very, very important. Now that creates an opportunity for traders and customers to be able to see new markets that previously did not exist. And the quantum of the business that comes in as a factor of being able to move money puts pressure directly into those governments, put pressure directly into the financial services or the infrastructure that exists to be able to enable trade to flourish. Because remember, follow the money, right? As long as there's a profit to be made, people will find a way to make things easier for them. That is a fact. Right? That's why, even with the issues that exist between East Africa, is every now and then I think it keeps changing. Uganda one time is our biggest trade partner, and then at another time it's not our biggest trade partner. But there are challenges, there are barriers that exist. But guess what? Every time we keep pushing that boundary, because ultimately the people who are making money off this trade will put enough pressure on the systems that exist to ensure that it is efficient.
Okay, so if we you talk about having to use local institutions, banking institutions to be able to have this done. Let's bring it home, and you look at then institutions that have covered the region, KCB being one of them, in Kenya, in South Sudan, in Rwanda, and then maybe partnering with others. How then do you see that it works from me, merchant, who is now trying to make a payment across the continent? I have to go through that. Do we see that now institutions, are opening up so that you can actually have that as one of the things that you do? Because it's not just merchant to merchant, like you said. There has to be an intermediary,
right?
Isn't it?
Yeah. So yeah, financial institutions such as KCB have done a fantastic job at enabling that environment, right? Because you see, they have, if you imagine the regional bank that KCB has, it has visibility over merchants and customers that exist, say, in Uganda. It also has visibility of merchants and customers that exist in Kenya, and it acts as the single source or the intermediary where you're able to link this to, right? And there are numerous programs that KCB, for example, does to ensure that you're able to link merchants on this side, on this other side. And as a result of that, right, being able to provide as well, say working capital financing to be able to do business on the other side and vice versa. I mean, it's profit. At the end of the day, they're all looking at how do we make money and how do we ensure our customers are happy and how do we grow this business. So if you look at that context and the pressure that does to economies is, listen, we know we have, say, 40,000 merchants on this side who are doing business with 40,000 merchants on this side. And this is a quantum of business that they're doing. It becomes an easier conversation to have, even with the government, and say, look, there's so many barriers that exist in being able to assist our customers to do this. Can we lack some of these barriers? Are we able to sit down and have a conversation around is there, for example, import tariffs that are really affecting the quantum of business these customers are doing?
Yeah. I'm trying to imagine the phenomenal things that we'd then be able to do. Yeah. We keep talking about this 1.3 billion people on the continent, and you don't even have to then worry about, can we make money from continent to continent? The unbelievable things that we can do within the borders of Africa, just picking up on this, seems in my mind, it's mind-blowing.
It is.
Why? And
given
do you
our
think
natural resources and human resource, the things that would be, believe me, there is no continent that speaks to the future like this one.
Indeed. So, very quickly, do you think we're grasping enough of the potential, or do you think that we then have a hunger to be able to then, fire up that potential?
We have the hunger for it, especially the generation that's coming into the entrepreneur generation that's coming into the market.
Yeah.
They know what their peers are doing in other markets, right? And they're the ones who are actively pushing for this sort of this integration of these solutions that are purely African.
Right.
Yeah.
Edward Nakitare, international money transfer expert. Definitely a conversation that was worth having this morning. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you very much for having me.
Asante Sana. As we continue to look at those, we look here in the country, of course, and then we look beyond. We talk about the continent at every turn that we can get. And when we look at things whereby we talk about them on a domiciled nature, we can see how they can then spread towards, the rest of the continent and what then there lies in terms of potential, in terms of what we do. And those are the conversations that we have here every day. And it's good for us to look into those realities. And we continue with more in the next hour. Good morning. It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has recovered 6.5 million shillings in cash in a car belonging to a top official of Turkana County government. On Thursday, the Commission conducted a search following allegations of embezzlement of over 600 million shillings by senior county officials. According to ESCC, the money was embezzled through conflict of interest and abuse of office between 2022 and 2024. During the raid, residences and offices of 10 top officials, including a county executive committee member, chief of officers and other senior officers, were searched by investigators. The National Authority for the Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse has launched a campaign to sensitize border operators in Busia County on substance use prevention. NACADA official Zeka Wakesa said they urged the border operators to desist from drug trafficking, noting that illegal drugs are smuggled into the country from neighboring Uganda.
Sisi kama wananakada tunaongelea juu ya matumizi mabaya ya pombe na dawa za kulevya. Tunawahamasisha wana sekta hii ya uchukuzi dhidi ya kujikinga na matumizi mabaya ya pombe, dawa za kulevya na pia kutumiwa katika ile kusafirisha mihadarati kutoka nchi za Uganda kupeleka nchini Kenya na mambo kama hayo. So tumechukua fursa hii tukawaongelesha mikakati ya kujizuia wao kama wana bodaboda kuingilia mambo ya ulevi na matumizi ya mihadarati.
For their part, boda operators led by their union's deputy chairman Charles Barasa said the meeting was fruitful.
Na tunafurahi ya kwamba hata tumepata nafasi pia kukutana na watu wanakada na wakatuambia athari na madhara yote ya madawa za kulevya. Na kama sekta ya bodaboda tunaenda kuimplement hiyo kitu na kuensure ya kwamba our members wana abstain totally kutumia hayo madawa, kwa sababu kutumia pombe na madawa imesababisha ajali mingi mjini Busia. So as the leadership of the county bodaboda sector tunasema ya kwamba na tunaenda kuensure ya kwamba members wetu wote wameabstain kutumia madawa za kulevya wakati wako katika kazi.
This comes a day after 2 suspected bank traffickers were arraigned in court as Nakada intensifies its nationwide crackdown on drug trafficking. The arrest followed a successful raid in Kaba, a village in Makueni County. In Machakos County, medical services have been disrupted across public hospitals following a nurses' strike over delayed salaries. The Kenya National Union of Nurses and Midwives Machakos Branch Secretary General Michael Saka said they've not received salaries for the past 3 months.
We are not going back to work. Yes. Sisi tutafanya ile maneno ya kusema we protest and then we go back to work. People in Machakos kindly understand. We are closing all hospitals, and from now, if you don't get money right now in our account, there will be no work until you are paid.
Yes.
And going forward, itakuwa inafika tarehe 5, we will not be reporting to work. Yes. That is our bare minimum. Salaries to be paid right now, and once they are paid, we'll report back to work. Come next month, they are not paid, we'll stay at home until they are paid. Once they pay, come back to work. We want to go home and look for lunch.
KCB Foundation has flagged off 300 students into its annual university scholarship program. They join 588 others studying at different universities and colleges across the country under the program. KCB has set aside 100 million shillings to support these students throughout the duration of the courses they've qualified for at Kenya universities, colleges, technical or vocational training institutions. The students make the 4th cohort of the program, which was piloted in 2021 under KCB's annual education scholarship initiative. A general strike against public spending cuts in Argentina has severely disrupted transport. All domestic flights have been cancelled, while trains and metro services have been suspended in Buenos Aires and other parts of the country. Many shops remained closed in the capital. Bus drivers continued to work. Airlines said international flights would go ahead as planned with only a few delays. It's the 3rd general strike called by Argentina's powerful unions since President Javier Milei took office at the end of 2023. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. Traffic.
There is traffic coming in on the Eastern Bypass this morning. It's going to take you through towards North Airport Road. That has reduced a little bit, so it's not bumper to bumper just yet, but it's still very busy rides around here. Outer Ring also outbound, there is some traffic. And also Kangunda Road, which had lulled at some point, is still back with quite some of that. The Thika Superhighway going then towards Wangari Maathai Way and then out towards Chiromo. There's a whole mess going on here. It's connected with traffic that's coming off of Limuru Road, traffic that's inbound from Westlands, Lower Kabete Spring Valley, Peponi, all of that is doing the dance this morning, and so we're still dealing with a lot of traffic in that area, but I think we'll be able to get through without too much of a scratch, and we'll keep you in tune with what's going on. You'll also tell us what's happening as we move. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It is 6 minutes after 9 o'clock. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation, and we continue with conversations this hour on certain things that, you know, we're talking about business, we're talking about money, we're talking about a continent whereby it's going to depend on itself in order to then be able to survive. And that helps us to continue our conversation this morning. Joining us for that conversation is Chris Rumenda. He's the head of commercial with Watu Credit and joins us this morning. Chris, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well, thank you. And yourself?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for being here. Yeah. We're going to be talking about building long-term businesses. We've heard the statistics, right? We see the numbers, and they tell us that a lot of businesses that begin, whether they're entrepreneurial in nature or otherwise, where they come together with a consortium of people, is that they don't live beyond 5 years very often. But by 5 years, it's done and dusted for whatever reason. So in order to have some kind of longevity, that businesses that we see that are 50 years old started in somebody's garage, 50 years ago, and how did they actually keep it that way? So that forms what we'll be talking about today. But as you're here, how about we welcome you to today's conversation with the proverb. Siti will tell you where that is from, and then we're going to ask you what your interpretation of it will be.
The most interesting part of the show.
You don't know that yet, but okay. We can start with that, isn't it?
All right, let's spice it up a bit, shall we?
Let's go.
All right. This country is part of the SADC economic community. I'm asking a question which I had asked in an earlier section, and if you listen to that particular section, you will actually understand what I'm going to ask. This is the uniqueness of this country. It's gotten independence twice. The first time it got independence when a minority declared what you call a UDI. They decided we are independent from these colonialists. Then the second one came about when the majority decided this is nonsense. How can a minority decide how our lives are being run? So they themselves went into some serious guerrilla war, almost 10 years, and then they got their independence. It is one of the richest countries on this continent. And I'm going to give you a hint, had one of the longest serving leaders. Okay, it's in Southern Africa region.
Okay, it starts with a Z. Okay, surely.
And it's not Zambia.
No. So that's Zimbabwe. No, I knew you were going to make it more interesting. I was not good in geography. At least I got a C+.
You got a C+ in geography?
Yeah.
You do know that after the C there was a D, eh?
Yeah.
And after the D there was an F, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you did okay.
Perfect.
Yes. You're right in the middle. The proverb.
Yes.
There is no honey. No, there actually is honey. There is honey, but no bees.
Honey, no bees.
Yes, there is honey, but there are no bees. Wow. How come? As Kenyans would ask, how comes?
You just decided to give me 3 words.
The words are not 3. If you count, there is honey, but no bees. 6.
Wow. Can I be the first guest who doesn't get it?
No.
Yes. No, but let me tell you a little secret about it. Okay. Dennis, explain to our guest.
Yeah, your interpretation can never be wrong.
Never be wrong.
Yes.
Okay.
It is how you understand it.
There's no wrong or right answer.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So there's no honey and there are no bees. There's honey, but there are no bees. Okay. So, getting something good does not mean that you have to suffer through it. There's always a smarter way of doing things. So there's a smarter and simpler way of doing things you can achieve even a greater result. Because I look at it in our African context, a very good example is when our people are working out. They're like, if I don't feel that pain, this is not working. Or if this medicine is not that bitter, then the medicine is not working. So there's an aspect around it whereby I can just work smart. I can find a simpler way of doing things and achieve even the greater results. So I don't need to be beaten by the bees, but there is a way that I can actually get the honey.
See, where was the difficulty?
How were you scared?
I mean, this guy, he was looking like he's sitting for an exam.
Oh, God.
I was wondering, yes.
Well, so that's great. And in terms of getting into the business of the business this morning, we're looking at building long-term businesses. If you have to talk about it, that means we're coming from a place where there's a challenge. Do we see, first of all, that it's difficult? And how do we see that it's difficult to have businesses who are running for 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 years? Do we see that that's a problem?
Yeah, it's a big problem. Like if you're looking at, so I've been in the startup scene for quite a while, and you're looking at a lot of companies in Kenya over the last 5 years. So we have a lot of companies that have actually failed over the last few years. But when I look at it critically, one of the key things that I see, like companies that stay for a long period of time, not to mention brands, is about the impact that these companies create. If you don't have a long-term impact, you're going to become a short-term company. So I'll give an example of Watu. So currently at Watu, we're celebrating our 10th year anniversary this year in August. So this is a company that has been existed in 10 years and is going to be in existence for quite even longer because started in Kenya, growing into 8 African countries and also growing outside Africa. And the key driver around this is the impact that we create in the society.
How do you measure impact exactly?
Yeah. So impact, so I look at it, so you look at Kenya, look at the average age of the people that we have. So we have a lot of youth and a high level of unemployment. Okay, so with this high level of unemployment, how does that company create? So for us, it's empowering entrepreneurs. Like that's one of the things that we strive into doing. So we empower entrepreneurs by creating employment through financial inclusion. So far, looking at Watu so far, over the last 10 years, we have been able to give out over 500,000 loans. And looking at these 500,000 loans, so you can imagine the number of, this specifically on the motorcycle side. So looking at this, one motorbike, when we did our research a few years ago, is supporting at least 8 people. With that one motorbike. So it's paying school fees for someone, it's paying for food, it's paying for other things. So with this one motorbike, we're supporting an extra 8 people directly. So you can imagine that impact that this company has created. So with that, it remains in the mind of the people. So once you go out there, where you can see from the testimonials that we are getting, once you walk around, there is always someone that is directly impacted by Watu.
So you talk about the impact that someone feels, that you live in someone, and that communicates to someone's emotions and feelings, and that problem that you seek to solve, a problem that they have. And when you talk about that, also comes about the matters of sustainability, making sure that this business becomes a legacy business for years to come. And that goes then to speak to the processes that have been put in place to ensure that that is actually achieved. So just take us through some of the policies of safety nets that you put in place to ensure that it's not just 10 years, but it lives longer and that continues to solve problems.
Okay, so good question. So when you're looking at this, so what you really have to do is your business has to tell a story that is going to last for a very long time. So you need to have enough people that will share the same story about what you want to do. So for us, it starts all the way from onboarding. So if we look at one of the key pillars for Watu is responsible lending. So that is the first phase. So you're looking at how do you have like a proper KYC process that ensures you are lending to someone who needs the asset first, but apart from that, is this person able to sustain whatever payment plan that you're going to have with him? So that becomes the first bit. The second bit is you walk the journey with your consumers. So you just don't lend and then disappear. So for us, we're always there with them. So we're one of the few companies that have the largest, if I focus specifically on the border side of our business, we are one of the few companies that have the largest database of our consumers. So we have mapped out over 30,000 border stages by visiting them physically. So we have regular meetings with the border community. We understand their system. So currently the border have a leadership structure all the way from the president to the state chairman. So we are in direct contact with them on a regular basis with regular meetings. So we get a lot of feedback about consumers across the journey. So we understand even the difficulties that our consumers go through. Like just to give an example, we understand that if a motorbike is damaged and someone is supposed to pay more than 5,000 shillings, a normal border person is not able to afford that. So most of the time they are forced to park that bike aside go and look for other sources of income to come and repair. But for us, having understood this, we offer a product we call 30/70, where you're just supposed to raise 30% of the repair cost, and then we're going to cover the rest and add it on to your loan so that you're able to generate your revenue on a daily basis. So these are some of the practices that we actually put. And then if I go back to one of our pillars, because we also owe duties to our investors. So when you're looking at our ESG goals, like one of the key things pillars is now financial inclusion. So if you look at the type of customers that we are targeting, these are customers that are not targeted by conventional banks and other people. These are customers that do not have enough data in terms of CRB ratings. They don't have enough data for them to be issued loans elsewhere. So these are the type of people that we target. And once you target such type of a consumer, they will never forget about you because they have been trying to get these assets for quite a long time. The only avenue is through chamas. They can't raise enough money. They can only raise a down payment. So for us, it changes a lot.
On Mombasa Road, not very far from here, there is a company that sells motorbikes. It's also called Watu.
Yes.
Are you people related to that company?
We are Watu. So Watu, so if I may start, so Watu is an asset financing company. So we are all over Kenya, started in Mombasa in 2015, all over Kenya, but expanded across Africa. So we are in South Africa, Uganda, Tanzania, Sierra Leone, even DRC. So growing rapidly, we are in talks even to expand into the LATAM region. So we do two things. So we offer asset financing. So that is 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers, and electric and EVs. And then we also offer connectivity devices. So for mobile phones, we also offer financing for that. So it's the same company. So along Mombasa Road, we have two branches. So we have a warehouse next to Subaru, and then on Vision Plaza, that's when we have our branch.
Yes, that's the one I have seen.
Yeah, correct.
So those motorbikes that you sell are not manufactured or assembled by you?
No. So we just finance. So we work with the various suppliers. So the different suppliers like Car General, Bajaj, etc. We work with them, and then we just offer financing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You see, you're in the business of pretty much just moving money and ensuring that assets, those who need these assets actually get them.
Yeah.
But you've equally talked about your database is huge, and that you understand the kind of clientele that you have. That feedback mechanism is really key in the business that you do, and that you deal with a certain clientele who do not have their data with, say, bank, CRB, and whatnot that is needed for them to access credit.
Correct.
But yet you give them credit anyway.
Correct.
What is security for you as a business and safety net and the trust that you have with your clientele that they will meet their end of the bargain?
Okay. So the security for us is two-pronged. Okay. So the first bit of that security is the asset itself that we're giving out is the collateral. Okay. The asset that we're giving out. So for example, when you're giving out a motorbike, it's going to have a GPS tracker. So that enables us to, in case we need to reach out to this customer, there's a way to get into them. Apart from that, during our KYC program, our KYC steps, we have guarantors and referees. And one of the key guarantors that we have, one of the key referees that we have is now the state chairman. Because now we want to understand where are you going to use this bike, because for us what is key is this bike has to be a driver for you to generate revenue for you and your family.
Also,
so where are you going to use
so I can't just come to get a bike for my committee and
possible, but over 98% of our customers are using it for income generation. So at that particular point, we have that. And then the other bit that I said before is the story that you're going to create for these people. So there's always an emotional angle that is attached to this. So these people came to me at my lowest point. No one else was willing to help me. So I have to dedicate myself to ensure that I'm able to do this so that I can also help my family and get other things. Because right now we have customers that are even like the best customer I've seen is in the 6th cycle. Like got on the bike, paid for it, is giving it to another person to use as he gets another and another and another. So they want to be repeat customers, and with that they want to ensure that they're maintaining a very good relationship.
Does a repeat customer equate to long-term business?
Yes. So because that's one of the things that shows your business is actually growing, because the value proposition that you offered this customer the first time was so impressive that he came back again. And then apart from that, it opens a different angle whereby now it opens up into referrals. So you have this customer that now tells more customers about how good you've been to them, so that they can come in. So we've got a lot of cases whereby we're not even operating in that town, but someone is like, I want a Watu bike. I have to get the bike from Watu. So we have customers that are traveling from very far to come to locations that we're operating just to get a bike from Watu because of what they have had and how we are doing things.
What was the thinking behind starting this business?
Good question. I thought we'll start from there. So if you're looking at, to make this make more sense, I'll go back to 2008. So I'll go back to 2008. So before 2008, the motorbikes that we are all aware were these big Yamahas from Kenya Power and Lightning and agricultural extension officers. Like, we didn't have a lot of bikes at that particular time. So what changed when bikes was zero-rated in 2008? That was a game changer.
You have to explain what on earth is zero-rated.
Okay, so before we had huge tariffs when someone is trying to import a bike. So with that, suppliers could be able to assemble. So you'll be able to bring bikes in different parts and then assemble it in Kenya and make it cheaper. So with that, it made bikes to start going for around. In 2008, we're going for around 70,000 shillings. But before that, for you to get a bike, you needed close to $500,000 to actually get a bike into Kenya. So once it gets to around 70,000, a few employed people were able to now purchase bikes. And then once they purchase these bikes, they will rent it out to the border riders, who will be paying 500 shillings per day just to ride the bike. So the bike does not belong to them. So using the same concept, we are like, if we are able to give you a bike with a little down payment, when you're starting, we're talking about 10,000 in terms of down payment. So with a little down payment, we're able to give you a bike. You continue paying the 500 shillings that you are paying. And then after 1 year, because our loan terms are between 1 year, maximum 18 months, the bike belongs to you. So that is the thought process that we had. So you're able to pay for this bike and it belongs to you. Because when we were doing research at that particular point, almost 66% of the border people were actually renting. So right now, this number has dropped to around 33, and we're working to push to ensure that this number changes completely. Because imagine paying for a bike for over 6 years, you're paying 500 shillings per day, and it never belongs to you. So that was a big game changer. And if you look at it, the number of motorbikes in Kenya moved drastically. Right now, we are talking about 2.5 million registered motorbikes with 1.8 million active currently on the road. So it's one of the biggest economic drivers. So when I go back to what I was saying about impact, I was just calculating the numbers yesterday before I come here. So you can imagine 1.8 million riders spending at least 500 shillings on fuel per day. Per month, we're talking to close to 4.3 billion in terms of VAT alone. So like the office, looking at the budget that we had last year in 2024, the office of the deputy president alone can be run by border people in 1 month. So the budget for 1 year can be done in 1 month.
I used repeat it again. Yeah? By the time we get to Friday, I'm really slow.
So what I'm saying is, so we have 1.8 million active border riders in Kenya currently, out of which the average that they're spending on fuel per day is 500 shillings. Okay. So if you're looking at 16% VAT specifically on the fuel, we're not looking at how other areas of the impact the economy in terms of spares and everything else. We're talking to close to 4.3 billion in a month.
In government's coffers.
Yes.
Inside.
And then now if you compare that with the budget that we had last year for the office of the deputy president, so it's close to 4.5 billion
per year.
Per year. And this is all the border
and you guys are bringing in this thing on VAT, 4.3 billion per month.
Yeah.
So there's a case to be made essentially for private sector business, isn't it?
Yeah.
What's the stock of, and when I say what's the stock or the character of this business, that do we have individuals? It's because it's beyond building a long-term business is beyond taking a loan, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's taking that, it's making sure that the thing is working, but then it's also making sure that other aspects of your life are well put together.
Yeah.
Do you find, and I guess this all comes within account management, but do you find that folks who take these loans, let's just use the boda as an example, take the boda, are able to feed themselves and their families, send children to school, be members of an active community while still paying their loans? Or is it that everything that you do beyond buying fuel then goes towards paying the loan?
Yeah. So we saw an increase. So it's a very valid question, especially in the last 2 years. So in the last 2 years, with the fuel prices hiking, with the economy becoming a bit unbearable for most of our customers, we saw that happening because now a rider is forced to choose. So he's making around 1,500 shillings per day. He has 500 to pay for the loan, 500 for the fuel. He remains with 500 that is supposed to feed his family. And we go to a point whereby that 500 shillings is not enough for him to feed his family. So for him, he has to make a decision. Do I feed my family or do I pay my loan? And for that, it got us to go back into the drawing board. And we started looking, we went back to our KYC rules and also started making...
Excuse me.
Yeah.
What's KYC?
Sorry, I'm using know your customer. So how do you know your customer? So these are basic criteria. Look, do you know the age? Do you know how much income they are making, where they come from, etc. So these are some of the things that we're going to use to determine as a criteria if this person should be given the loan or not. So one of the key areas that we looked at is the amount of down payment, because if you make a larger down payment, it reduces now the daily payments that you're supposed to make. So we increased the down payment that we made, that someone has to pay. It reduced the number of customers that can actually purchase, but the ones that are purchasing right now are the ones that are now able to pay, because it reduces what they're supposed to pay to around 400 to 380 shillings per day. And we also offer the opportunity for them to stretch the loan from 1 year to up to 18 months. So majority of them are now choosing 18 months because for them it's that Kadogo economy. So like, how much do I make per day?
So if you're paying for 18 months, what then? What are the installments that you then have to pay?
So if you're paying for 18 months, that's when you'll go to around 380 shillings. If you're paying for 1 year, on average, that's why you'll operate from 480 to 520.
Okay.
Yeah.
So please go ahead.
No, continue. So it also, I look at it in various regions. So if we look at it properly, most of our customers in towns, in major towns, are not struggling because in Nairobi, just from here to CBD, someone will be paying around 300, 400 shillings. So that is already helping. But the other aspect that we've started pushing is the EV angle. So we've started electric motorbikes. So over the last 2 years, we started pushing heavily on electric motorbikes. So when you look at it now, the cost of swapping a battery is cheaper than the cost of fuel. So with this now, it leaves them with a higher amount of money that they can actually pay the loan and also have money for them to use.
Explain this idea of swapping the battery.
Okay. So electric bikes have two models. So one of the models is whereby you buy a bike that has a charger. So you can go at home and charge your bike overnight and use it for the range of up to 150 to 200 kilometers. But now what is very sustainable is the swap model. So whereby these electric companies have swap stations. Most of them have set them up next to petrol stations. And we're also partnering with them. If you go to our office in Vision Plaza, there's also a swap station. So what happens is you get a bike. Once you get a bike, it has two batteries that are fully charged. Each battery for most of the bikes have a range of around 70 to 80 kilometers. So once the batteries are depleted, you just take in the battery that you have, put it in the cabinet, and then get another battery that you can swap, and then you are charged between 70 to 100 shillings per swap.
So assuming I'm using this bike, is there a specific center that I have to go to, or I can go to any of the stations that you have?
So it works like a petrol station. So you can go, but for your specific bike. So that's one of the challenges we're facing as an industry. But there are a lot of players that are working to create universal swaps. So currently, we don't have universal swaps. So for each specific bike has their own swap station. Exactly.
Okay, let's take a break on this point. We're talking this morning about building long-term businesses, and Chris Rumenda is the head of commercial Watu Credit, and we're looking at how you can actually do this and how it's actually being done. Let's look at what more can be reaped from this as we continue. It is 29 minutes to 10 o'clock. Kenya's biggest conversation continues after this.
The fun never stops on Star Times. This Easter and April school holidays. Get ready for non-stop adventure, laughter, and learning for big and little kids. Renew your subscription for 2 months and get a free upgrade to the next higher bouquet for 2 months. Dive into the best kids entertainment with Boing, Jim Jam, CBeebies, Toonami, Da Vinci, ST Tunes, and Cartoon. There's something for every little explorer. Buy a Star Times decoder at any of our business halls or dealers nationwide for endless fun, action, and discovery all holiday long. On the move? No problem. Download StarTimes on app and enjoy your favorite shows anytime, anywhere. Dial star 858# for self-service. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
The weather with SpiceFM.
It's sunny at 19 in Nairobi this morning. We'll see highs of 26 and we'll see highs of 24 and lows of 15 in a sunny Nakuru at 18. It's 18 and sunny in Nyeri with highs of 25, and 25 will be the high in a sunny Eldoret at 19. It's 30 and sunny into Mombasa. We'll see highs of 33 and highs of 33 as well in a sunny Malindi. 23 and sunny into Kisumu with highs of 28, while Kakamega is sunny at 22. It'll go to highs of 28. Kampala is sunny at 24 with highs of 28, and at 28. Dar es Salaam is sunny, going to highs of 31. It's sunny at 16 into Johannesburg with highs of 22, while Mogadishu at 31 will see highs of 33, and it's sunny at 20 into Addis Ababa with highs of 27. Mostly cloudy at 26 in Lagos with highs of 33, while Kinshasa is clear at 25. It'll go to highs of 31. Friday afternoon is sunny at 24 in Beijing, and it's partly sunny this morning in Paris at 7, with partly sunny conditions at 8 in London and cloudy at 6 in New York.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. Traffic.
Alright, so just looking at a little bit of traffic left here and there. Limuru Road was busy from the jump. It still continues with a little bit of that. We're seeing some traffic coming in from Naivasha Road onto Ngong Road this morning, so that is still busy as you get into the city. And coming off Wangari Maathai, we had seen some traffic here. It's still a little bit busy, but we're getting towards the end of it. Actually, no, still very heavy. And coming off Limuru Road as well, it is still quite choppy. Kangunda Road is very busy this morning, touching on Outer Ring. All to look at as we come out of traffic hour. Talk to us this morning. SpiceFM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Chris Rumenda is the head of commercial with Watu Credit. He's here this morning, and we're having a conversation about building long-term business. So I guess the question comes in, beyond taking a loan, beyond taking access credit, what are some things that you encourage folks who are actually in business to do to make sure that their business actually goes beyond a year? As we've seen, the numbers that we've been given, especially from around businesses in Africa, is that between 1.5 to 3 years, and after that, a lot of businesses are going down the drain. What would you encourage people to do to ensure that you're down the line in more?
Okay, so for me, another thing that we should be looking at is you need to understand your consumer. I don't think a lot of businesses have spent enough time, enough research to actually understand their consumer. You have a business idea, within 1-2 months, you are ready to go before you've actually understood what the different personas and the different types of customers that you're actually serving. So that one is very key. You have to understand, like, what do they like, what do they hate, like how are they changing. So I'll give a very good example in terms of the current structure of buy now and pay later. So if you understand what's happening is we have a majority of our customers are between 18 to 35 years old. So once you understand that group of customers, I usually call them they are the on-demand generation. If you want food, I want it now. That's why you see companies like Uber are doing very well. If I need transport, I need it now. That's why e-commerce and everything else is actually peaking, because you've understood you have an on-demand generation. So this is someone that wants a bike but cannot afford to get that bike on cash. So is there an option for him to get that bike now and then be able to pay later? For you to come up with such a decision, you need to have understood who is your customer. So that is one. Number two, businesses you have to innovate. Like you have to make changes. For example, you have to make changes in terms of the technology that you're using. Technology is changing. So right now, if you're looking at the way you do KYC, as I said, like, in your customer, are you implementing AI into this to help you in terms of not having a very huge labor force that is doing the actual work? So what are you thinking? Implementing technology to make your things easy, because if you don't do that, your costs are going to skyrocket. So you need to be very innovative. So whatever is changing, you need to be part of that change. If you do not adapt as a business, then you're not going to survive. So that's one of the key things I'll talk about. And then finally is your team. Do you have a good team? As a business, do you have a good team? Like right now, as I say, the majority of the people that are in the workforce are millennials towards the end, and Gen Zs. Have managers adapted in such a way that they're able to manage Gen Zs and millennials to be able to keep them, to keep the good talent within the companies. Because if you look at the way Gen Zs and millennials are acting, are not like our parents. Our parents will work in the same company for 10, 15 years. If you look at the current crop of people that we have, it's 2-3 years. So if you don't have ways of being able to keep these people within your company, you end up losing talent. And once you lose talent, then your business cannot be a long-term business, because you don't have people that are passing the history of the company. People need to know. You need to always have people that understand where you come from and where you're actually going. So if you don't have that story is lost in between, and that business cannot be generational. So that's a business that is not going to last very long. So those are some of the key areas I think if businesses focus on that, they should be able to last long.
As you focus on making the business generational, you deal with a clientele that you say through your KYC, you understand who your clientele is and how your story is very important in them. But then again, you come with the day-to-day way of doing business and the clientele that you have. And unfortunately, it is a conversation that you must have. They are considered to be the ones who don't respect traffic rules.
Correct.
And here is a part where you having this clientele for up to 18 months, what is your engagement with them moving forward through this period, making sure that as much as we give you credit, you must play by the rules? And how has that changed, if any, how boda operators operate in the Republic?
Yeah. So like I'll say this, before I joined Watu, I understood bodas are the most rowdy people ever.
And since you joined, they've changed.
So once you understand the boda community, is a majority of them, this is income generation for them. We have a certain percentage whereby it's not income generation, and then these few boda people are the ones that tarnish the name of the whole wider boda community. As I said, the boda community is very organized. So it starts at that stage level. So each stage has a chairman responsible for that stage. So if there's any issue, there's someone that is actually accountable for that boda. Rises all to county level, sub-county level, to the national level. So all of them are registered to that level. So for us, we focus our engagement on that level. And since we understand the type of customers that we have, we make it fun for them. We go to their level. If I'm trying to make the boda community to change the way they behave, and I'm doing it in a boardroom, it can't work. I have to go to their level. So there are various activities that we're doing. So currently, as we're speaking now, we are in Kakamega. So we have what we call Watu clinics, where we're going town by town and setting up in partnership with the NTSA and the different stakeholders within the boda community. And in these things, we train people on road safety. Watu itself also has an option of what we call Watu Shule. So for example, if you cannot afford to go to a driving school, you can be financed for that through Watu. So that can be added to the cost of your assets. So you can also be financed to actually do training. So we do road safety trainings and we make them fun. We use like activities like football. Like we have football for boda community, so that it brings all of them together, and we use that opportunity to discuss about this. And then we keep showing them the importance of following the law. Specifically, do you have a driving license? Do you have insurance? So do you have a logbook for your bike? So we just show them what is the incentive of having this. For them, it's about the value proposition. If you do not have a driving license and insurance and you get into an accident, then you're in trouble. So if we show them there are people that have done that, it makes it easy for them. And then there are a lot of partners that are able to break down this cost for them to the daily level. If you're able to go to the daily level, for them, they'll follow the rules.
Yeah. There is this small matter of the funds that you have access to offer these facilities. Where do the funds come from?
So a very, very, very good question. So there are different areas. So one of the funds will come from shareholders, but majority of our funds come from local banks. So we also get loans to give loans, and then there's also an aspect of reinvesting the profits that we make to be able to give these loans to these customers. So those are the various sources of our funds.
What interest rate do you charge these people whom you finance?
So it depends. So when you're looking at
just wait before you answer that question. Is it local banks or just other banks outside the country?
So for now, the focus is in local banks, or for currency exchange reasons. Yeah, but local banks.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So the interests depend on the different angle. But before I answer the interest question, I go back to understanding our customers. So if you look at our customers do not even ask about interest rates. For them, what matters to them is, can I make enough money per day to be able to feed my family and to be able to pay you? So we look at our calculations, start from there as we work backwards. So if you look at most of our calculations is, how much are you comfortable to pay per day? And then now we start working backwards.
They have the option of saying, this is what I want to be able to pay?
So within the long term. So if you want a long term of even up to 6 months, you can get that. So but the maximum that we go is 18 months. Previously we had up to 24, but the risks in this business become higher the long term the longer the period that you have. So that being said, so our interests are depending on the different types of assets. So for an electric bike, we charge 7%. And then for an engine bike, we charge 8.5%. It has a higher risk. And then for tuk-tuks, we charge 6.6%. Yeah.
Okay. Which people are actually coming and getting these loans? Who?
Yeah.
Because until somebody has a boda, you can't call them boda rider.
Yes.
Which kind of who is getting into business?
So I was looking before this interview. I was looking again at those numbers, and it's quite interesting. Around 40% of our customers are women. But now you have to understand how it connects. They usually say in society, one woman will help at least 3 or 4 people. So once women are empowered, they help even more people than what men will actually do. So if you look at this, I went deeper to understand. So the owner of the bike is the woman, but the person that is using the bike is a man. So if you look at, most women are in chamas. So they have these groups where they're able to contribute money. So once they're in these groups, okay. So once they're in these groups, they're able to get money. So if you look at, most of our sales increase around December, when a lot of them actually get their chama contributions. So once they're able to get the down payment, and then that down payment will be able to get a bike for their husband and specifically for their children who have just cleared school and do not have any other source of income. So that's a large share, but majority still remains the boda community, specifically the ones that were renting bikes. So they actually operate in a stage, but they don't own their own bike. So they're like, do you have a bike? I can go for one trip or this, or there's someone that's renting them the bike. So those are the ones that are coming in. For Simu, that's overall, like the majority of Kenyans are looking at both employed and we are losing a lot of phones as Kenyans. I don't know what's happening, but for mobile phones, it's all inclusive. So it's a wide range of customers. Yeah.
What you also?
We also finance mobile phones.
Mobile phones?
Yes.
So if I want, what's that expensive phone called?
The most expensive
specifically?
iPhone.
Yes. The iPhone.
Okay. So not yet an iPhone, I come to you.
Yeah, so not yet on iPhone. So right now the focus is on Samsung, specifically the low end, but we are working to upgrade on that.
Low end is what exactly?
Between A05 to what we call A16. Yeah.
Do you find that folks who have to get into credit then also find themselves struggling financially?
Yeah.
Do they?
Yeah, we have a lot of that, especially over the, I can say a few years ago. Right now that has changed completely. But as a company, we always have a listening ear. So we always want to understand the circumstances that you're going through. So I'll give two options. For example, for a phone, our phones we use what we call the pay-go model. So if you don't have money, and you don't want to use it or don't want to pay at that particular point, there is no amount that you're being charged. So you only pay when you use the phone. So for them, even if they're going through financial difficulty, the phone can be put aside for a few days. And once they get money, they're able to pay, and then they continue using the phone. For boda, as I said, most of our customers are using it for income generation. So one of the things that we check is, are you using the bike? Is the bike in a rideable condition? If it's not in a rideable condition, we want to understand why. Yeah. So let's say, for example, you are sick. If you're sick or you got into an accident, we offer storage services. So we'll be able to pause your loan for that period, put the asset in storage until you're able to feel better. Or if you have someone else that can ride the bike on your behalf and continues to pay, we also have that option. And also we have an option of someone transferring a loan to another person in case you're actually struggling and you make arrangements by yourself, and then we transfer that loan to this other person.
Is it the small matter of insurance?
Yes.
How does that work? Who do you insure? How do you insure it? What do you insure? And what is it that one expects this insurance to cover?
Okay. Yes. So currently, like a few years back, we used to offer insurance, but we got a lot of complaints about how expensive the loans actually become, because the cost of insurance has to be added to the loan. That's why you're hearing complaints. I bought a bike at 150, I end up paying this, because a lot of customers did not understand the total cost of ownership. So right now we broke it down. So when you purchase a bike from us, before we release it, you are the one to purchase the insurance.
You come with the insurance.
You come with the insurance
before you get the bike.
So once you get that insurance, it has to be comprehensive. So it covers you and also covers the bike in case of an accident or in case of losses. So once let's say you get into an accident, we will support you by working with the insurance companies. We have built a very good relationship with them, so they'll be able to pay. And then once they pay, we can either finance you a different loan if it was very early, or the money goes to you, and then you decide what you need to do.
There is the aspect of you've talked about when someone is unable to pay, you are unwell and whatever, but still that's existing there is the aspect of you've not been able to pay and we have to repossess.
Correct.
So in terms of you coming to repossess that which you've loaned out, what is the process? And in the event that, say, you've repossessed and there is that period of waiting and I want to get it back, how do you engage with your clients on that?
Okay. So in terms of our policy, like what we're looking at is a customer first, not asset first. It is always customer first. So what we look at, our criteria for repossession, we do not look at what arrears or how much money you owe. We look at how regular are you paying. So we have what we call our 7-day score, 14-day score, and 28-day score. So within 14 days, 28 days, are you paying something? So if you get to a position whereby within 28 days, you have not paid anything, that's now when it triggers that action for us. So during this time, there is always communication.
And anything is how much?
Yeah, 0.
Okay, so I'm saying like you're supposed to be 300 shillings
Yes.
a day.
Yeah.
So you're looking at if this accumulates over 28 days,
with you paying 0,
it'll be almost impossible for you to actually pay.
You'll struggle after that.
So what is the acceptable amount that I can pay daily when I have a problem?
So for us, so long as you're paying, even 100 shillings, so long as you're paying, we do not have a problem. We need to rehabilitate you to get into the aspect of paying. But if you're paying less, we will now call you to understand what's happening. Like how can we support? Because you know what happens if you pay less, you're going to go beyond the loan period.
Right.
And then your interest rates are going to accumulate, and then you end up paying a higher amount of money. And then if you've paid a certain amount of money and you're struggling with that, we have an option what we call restructuring. So if you've paid a certain amount, we can now decide whatever balance is remaining is a new loan. So that puts a lower repayment rate, a lower payment per day, and we can give you also that option.
Does that happen often?
Yeah, it happens a lot.
And do you find that folks are able to come on the other side of recovery to then be able to do that where you have an understanding that you can do a little bit better, even if you have, a compromising situation?
So currently, majority of our customers are not getting even to the repossession level. Previously, it was that bad, but now we're not getting to that, because if I'm saying within 28 days you have not been able to pay, we still have an option for you for a period of 1 week, where you can pay up to around 2,000 shillings. So we just need to change your behavior for you to get used to be paying the loan. So once you get into that, if all of this does not work, that's now when we trigger our offline team that we're now going to visit you. But if we get to you at that particular point, you still have an option of paying a minimum of 5,000 shillings, and we will still not repossess. And in case your asset is repossessed, you still also have a period of 14 days for you to pay between 10,000 to 20,000 for you to get your asset back. So until all of this fails, that's when the repossession now becomes complete.
What's your default rate?
No, very low. So out of 10 customers, we have 6 customers that are paying very well. Around 3 we will struggle, that stretches, and then the 2 will not be able to.
So it is an industry that you mentioned that is a big economic driver for the country. You talk about 4 billion shillings just in VAT
monthly.
A month. We talk about 4 billion shillings. That is just on VAT. That is plus other insurance and whatnot. So it is a multi-billion shillings industry. And with that then comes the government in terms of support for this industry, because then again, we are in the government that is in place campaigned on Watu wa Boda Boda and Mama Mboga, and this is squarely their government if one would want to argue on that basis. So in terms of support from the government, are you receiving enough, or should the government do more to make it easier for this industry to even be greater?
Okay, so I think a few years back, since Muga likes proverbs, I'll give one common proverb. They usually say like love is like a cough, like you cannot hide it. So these types of industry that we're dealing with right now, the buy now and pay later, is like a cough. Like the time is now. So you're looking at a lot of people cannot afford to actually buy a phone cash. Like you need to have, for a good phone, you're talking about between 10 to 15,000 for you to be able to. So no one can a lot of people cannot afford to pay 15,000. For a good bike, we're talking about 170,000 on average. A lot of Kenyans cannot afford to get 170,000 right now to pay for that. So with that, the option that a lot of Kenyans have is now to use buy now and pay later. So this is something that is there. And I think the government has recognized it a bit late. There was an amendment, the business laws amendment that was done late last year, 2024. So this now puts a bit of regulation into this. So the advantage of this is now it protects both the consumer and the companies. So if we have now a level playing field, this can enable us have a lower interest rates to consumers, so we are better protected, the risks are actually reduced. But right now, those risks are borne by us. And, the higher the risk, the higher the interest rates. Like right now, one of the biggest issues we're having a lot of border theft. So a lot of bikes are stolen, and for us as a company, we're losing a lot of revenue on that, and customers are also losing a sense of livelihood for them. So with these laws coming into place, plus the different regulations that have been put in insurance, the different regulations that are coming in from NTSA, this will make it better. Internet penetration is improving. So this is, I know the government supports this in various areas, and that's seen a spike in terms of the sales that the assets that we're financing in terms of SIMU. So mobile phones, a lot of people are opening up to more mobile phones. So right now you can find a lot of mama mbogas now with smartphones. Yeah. So they are able even to document the sales that they're making. They're able to research. I am finding a lot of border people right now using AI. Like when I'm invited to meetings, when you look at the letter that they have written, you can just see this directly has come from AI. So these are levels that are actually changing. So with increase in terms of digital penetration and connectivity, so this is something that will keep going on.
Okay. Yeah. Previously, you talked about some of the things that you do in addition to the loans and then sorting out business and such. But we also know that business and its success is cyclical in nature. That everything needs to be taken care of. Now, if you want to peg this against statistics, we know that, and we're just going to use Nairobi as an example.
Correct.
A significant number of the patients that present at the spinal injury clinic are border riders.
Correct.
Okay, and this comes from accidents.
Correct.
We already know the mob nature of the things that we hear,
Correct.
and things that we see. How does this business essentially go towards making sure that the social aspects, the softer side of, even when you've done the business, you've done the brick and mortar, but also making sure that you can, prolong your business by essentially being alive.
Correct. So for us, as I said during the start, one of our missions is to empower entrepreneurs, and we don't want the asset that we have given you to empower you to be the asset that kills you or maims you. So for us, we start from the start. We're looking at the driving licenses. So from that particular point, so there's an aspect of safety. Apart from that, we've partnered with different players in the industry to ensure that we are always having trainings on road safety. We offer reflectors. So in a monthly basis, we offer around 10,000 reflectors to different border people so that they are visible at night. We offer helmets. So for every loan that you purchase, you're given a helmet. But apart from that, during our trainings and our visits, we offer riding gears. We also offer helmets to these border people. One of the recent things that is in action currently is partnering with Red Cross. So we are in discussions because a lot of these people lose their life because of lack of first aid. Like there is no one, when an accident happens, there's no one ready who knows how to take care of these people. So this is not only for the border people. So we are mapping up the different routes, major highways that are used, and ensure within a radius of over 20 kilometers, there's always a border person that is trained on fast response. So once we have that, this reduces the number of people that are going into these areas and losing their life or having such type of industries. But there's a lot of things that still need to be done. So there's a lot of discussions on how we can support the different wings in the different hospitals. We are in discussions with the manufacturers associations of Kenya, the Motorcycle Assemblers Association of Kenya, on how we as an industry can actually support the border community more.
Indeed.
Of the people who get loans are women.
Yes.
They give them to riders.
Correct.
Whose license do you look at? The person who gets the loan or the person who rides?
So it's a bit tricky. So when we're onboarding you, we ask you, do you have a license?
Yeah.
But apart from that, when we're doing the
person who takes the loan is the woman. I'm stuck on this. You know what I'm saying? But our time is up.
Indeed.
Yes.
It is. But I mean, it's been refreshing to hear, how business is then being, progressive and how it's being encouraged. And we want to thank you for being here with us this morning, closing out the week of Kenya's biggest conversation. Chris Rumenda is the head of commercial, Watu Credit, and has been here talking talking with us about building long-term business. Thank you so much for doing that.
Thank you for having me.
Asante sana. Thank you all for being here through the week on Kenya's Biggest Conversation. Have a good weekend. We get into it Monday again, God willing. Take care of yourselves. Good morning. It's 10 a.m.
Spice up your life